Hello. Fix those. Okay, let's turn up the lighting situation here. All right, there we go. So I'm not on full camera today. Today has been such a busy day. So, woo! I'm just gonna give it a couple minutes, you guys. So just hang tight. Give it a few minutes for everyone to receive their notifications, etc., etc., etc. Darling, my darlings. My little Valentine's Day setup. Turn that around. There you go. Well, I hope everyone had a good Valentine's. I'm sorry I had to hop on. Well, the sound cut out after, if you guys were on the live yesterday, my mom called. And it was weird that she was calling. I felt it. And I even said on the live, I was like, I feel like my mom is calling because her and my dad probably want to like maybe take me to dinner for Valentine's. Like they were surprising me. And she probably, she thought she didn't know I was doing a live. She thought that I was like off work, you know, or that I was done with work for the day or whatever. So anyways, when she called, we lost sound on the live. So then I had to end the live. I was like, oh my gosh. Then I had to end the live. But my mom and dad were literally on their way. Like, you know. So anyways, that's why I was like, oh my gosh. So now I have to finish it today. Okay? Here we are. It's all good. Everything in divine timing. It just means like one more day that we get to like hang out. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. That little, whatever that dancy little thing was, that was so cute. And yes, I am still very congested. So I've got my my lemon and orange peel, honey, ginger, citron water drink right here. So I'm drinking that. Oh, Brenda, you're so welcome, sweetheart. You're so welcome. But you know what? Like all that interruption happened right at the end of your reading. So I kind of feel like I'm going to just start with you real quick, but I'm not going to do like another full reading for you. I'm going to just like, I just feel like I want to pull a card for you and just like finish your reading officially. So don't think I forgot. Don't, you know, I pay very close attention to things most of the time. But as a psychic medium, you know, like I can be very forgetful at times too. So you love my feather vase. Oh, so like, you know, like my setup here that I always have in like my videos and stuff, it's always very divinely orchestrated and coded. So like this space and like the crystals I have, like I brought like my little Mother Mary back out again recently, like, you know, like yesterday or the day before. Everything is set up here with intention for the viewer. So when you come to the channel, like you're not just like listening to a reading or a message or a live stream. Through my energy and through my soul energy, and through my, like just us connecting like this, there's healing and activations happening. Like there's a lot going on here on the energetic levels if your higher selves are open to it. And then also the actual setup here is also meant for like if you notice, so today, if you notice today, sorry guys, my voice is so like scratchy and like, you know. And then we had, so the reason why I moved the live this morning from 11 to this time, which I just saw 444. Right when I looked over, I saw 444. So we had been on the live for exactly 444 minutes. So thank you, angels. So let me go ahead and take down this vase real quick too. So I have a story with that. I'll share with you in a moment. And then, oh, let me plug in my salt lamp. But, you know, every Sunday morning on Zoom, we have our Circle of Light gathering, our Sacred Magdalene Isis Mystery School, right? So that ended up going for much longer today than I anticipated, which is fine. That's what the mystery school is for. It's for just all the things we need. And if we go over, we go over, right? So I had to bump the live again, so I apologize. I'll take that back down and talk about that in a second, Brenda. Anyways, going back to this. So if you notice, most of the time on my desk, I have some type of flowers or floral something. You know, I received these beautiful roses from Rose Forever New York, which is a company that does, these are real preserved, like organically vegan, you know, like it's like it's like a good company. So anyway, so I always have something usually like this. And this is about healing and frequency because of the rose rays, the rose frequencies. So as you're watching, this is like an energy that's infused within this space. So basically it's an energy you're receiving and tuning in with. And then I always have my Lemurian Telos crystal here. This is Telos. This is the Crystal City mountain inside of the mountain of Shasta. Okay, this is powerful. This bad boy is one of the ones I use in like my healing sessions with my clients a lot of the times. And then you can see even inside this crystal, I don't know if you can see it really well though, inside the Crystal City, so it's like Shasta and it's the Crystal City of Telos. Well, Telos is inside here. So like in person, you can literally see there's like another crystal mountain inside here. So so I always have this here. And then I recently, just because of the energy and the a lot of solar plexus stuff happening for the collective, so I've been focusing intention on that in my setup as well. So I have this Lemurian citrine tower, and the citrine is for the solar plexus. So it's like when you come, you're getting like the healing powers of the citrine Lemurian tower, and now it's 144 in California, 144, and then you get, you know what I mean? So it's all very like on purpose, basically. It's like an altar for healing and activation and love for you guys. And then I have, I did on my Instagram yesterday, like after I ended the live, or I got back from dinner, or I can't remember, but I uploaded, I did a light language and crystal healing using this right here, which this right here is just rose quartz. It's rose quartz, but it's like an aura rose quartz or whatever, like, you know, with the iridescent on it. But I love healing with this. I love healing with this. And so I did a whole like thing with that yesterday, and I was going to upload it to YouTube, but because of YouTube's music, like censorship, like I couldn't use a video that had music on it from Instagram over here on YouTube. So anyways, that's why I didn't share it. Yeah, and then of course I just like for Valentine's Day I got like these roses and like the balloon and stuff like that, so I just wanted to, you know, and these are like obviously real roses too, so, and right, we know around these parts we are all about the rose frequency and the Magdalene lineage and the rose, sacred rose ray and the rose order and all that stuff too, right? So anyways, love is in the air. This space today is infused with love, carnelian. I forget what this is. Some kind of fire something. I don't know. It was from my sister-in-law. And then I have this. It's like strawberry quartz. I don't know. My mom gifted it to me. I want to say, but it's a Lemurian root. Like this is also Lemurian. And it's like a soft pink. And I believe it's, I want to say a strawberry Lemurian quartz or something. Anywho, you guys catch my drift here, right? And then over here, where I sit, I always have my evil eye reflecting evil back. Like, you know what I mean? Like anyone tuning in who's not of the highest and greatest good, they will get energetic whiplash. And over here I have Protection, my dragons, Labradorite, and then more Labradorite for psychic protection. And that's why I keep those over here near me. I always have stuff near me for further protection, even though I know I'm always super protected. But it like throws up a wall like that. That's how I hear it. So like when I do energy work and so like when I do like videos of light language and stuff and I'm doing movements and things, I need to say this on the next video so people can visualize it. But like, it's like almost like as I'm moving in, like if you envision my arms, this is how I see it. So as I'm doing my work, this is how I'm seeing it with my third eye and my spiritual sight and stuff. But it's like my arms become the light rays. And then each of my fingers is shooting out light, like ribbons of light, right? So as I'm moving, it's like these beautiful light rays and ribbons of light are moving and then clearing, and then, you know what I mean? So anywho, but I always forget to say that when I upload the light language videos, so. Okay, so sorry guys, I'm just like yapping I'm just chomping, I wanted to say chomping at the bit, but that's not right. Hi, Janessa. Hello, Reluctant Princess 144. Hello, my beautiful Brenda. Hello, Stars Are Us. Whoop. Spirited Away, free on Netflix. Huh, I've never heard of that. Is it like a high vibrational like movie or show or something? If so, I'm like here for it. Hello, Rosemary. I love that name. Like, obviously, I'm a Rose girl, right? So, Rosa, Rosemary, anything like that, I love. Rose. Hello, Stephanie. And, of course, hello, J. Cole. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to read the list that I have. So, this is, like, where I left off. And then I had just like a few more people sign up afterwards that, you know, they saw that I was going to be going live again today. So I think I got everyone. Oh, wait, hold on. I just remembered someone. The last person. Thank you, higher self. I swear I don't know how I lived life before my awakening. Like, it just blows my mind that like I was just raw dogging it through life. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, we always have our intuition, and like on a certain level, my higher self was always there. But you know what I mean? But my higher self saves me like a million times a day, you guys. All right. Krista. Okay. And come on. Okay. All right. Okay, so the list I have is the whole ocean. So the person who was on here yesterday as the whole ocean. And then Nicole. Hold on. And then Nicole. And then Nova Baby 83. Oh, Jackie. Oh, wait, hold on. Cross that off. Okay, I see. And then Stars Are Us. Stars Are Us, number 4 today. Instead of, and then Genevieve will be number 5. Emily, number 6. Dennis or Den, I saw that you figured out your PayPal. So I have you on the list as well. Number 7. Okay. And you guys know, like, when I'm just with, like, my hands and I'm off camera, I tend to, I work a lot faster, you know, so I don't get so distracted. Janessa, number 8. And then number 9 is Krista. Okay, awesome. If anyone else is in here that wants to get a reading today, I'll take a few more people for sure. We're here, right? We're doing it, so. So if you want to get on the list, just because I don't think I put the information in the description box when I scheduled this live. I don't know. But anyways, if you want to get on the list, just like ask in the comment section and we will help you out. It's $35. So I'm doing like past life messages, like mini messages, and then my channels are just open in general. So if anything comes through that's like a message from a spirit guide, I mean, it could be anything. I mean, you might have a grandpa that shows up, you know? So my channels are just very open. All right. So if anyone wants to add themselves, just let us know in the chat. Okay. And I think that's it. I think that's it. And I am going to be recording like an offline reading for the collective, but that's going to be like, when I do an offline reading, I will post it on my YouTube channel, not like upload it as a video, but I'll post it on the community page. And then there will be a link to a website. It's Gumroad. Gumroad is the company. Anyways, it's and it's like a, you know, like a third party link or whatever. But a lot of us content creators or readers, we use that. So it's for purchase. So it'll be a reading that you have to purchase. But it's not very much money at all. But I want to do an offline reading, and I ordered some really powerful cards, and the cards that I ordered, they're coming today. It's called the Illuminati Oracle, and every single card is about the dark matrix and about all of these things that are happening right now. So I can't share and channel the things I need to say and channel here on YouTube. So I have to do it offline. That's the only way. And, you know, you guys, I know that you guys really have been wanting me to do this or like dig into stuff or just kind of like share things, you know, etc. So this is what that'll be about. And I'm excited because those cards come and I'm like, yes, those cards are going to be so perfect for all of this. We were talking about that in our mystery school this morning. Okay. So I think I got everyone. Again, if there's anyone in here or that joins that wants to get on the list, just comment, let us know, and we will guide you through how to sign up, what to do. Okay. Alrighty, so I'm going to pull a card, like I said, for you, Brenda, and then I will move forward to the whole ocean. They were wanting me to tune in with someone specific, but I already gave them a lot of information on that yesterday. I basically read for them yesterday already, but I will pull like a card or two for that person, and then Nicole will be the next person. So, okay. And I'm so sorry, you guys, for the sniffles. Like, I know I don't need to be apologizing, but you know, it is what it is. All right. So Brenda, where do I want to, what do I want to pull for Brenda? You know what? No. You know what? I just want to do, let's get a tarot card. I'm like, I just want to kind of do the basic, you know, see, why can't I can't bend this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, goodness. I am not doing very well at shuffling this right now. I'm just going to shuffle like this. All right. For Brenda. For Brenda. That was the Ace of Swords. What's this? The Three of Swords. Okay, hold on. For Brenda. Knight of Pentacles. All right. Okay, so these are the two cards that are coming out for you right now. All right. So this would have like tied to like also your message yesterday, probably, like, because, you know, the Three of Swords is obviously like a very like broken heart energy, like a traumatized heart. And then the Son of Pentacles, this is like the Knight of Pentacles. And so for me, it speaks of how you have been bringing yourself, and this connects with your past lives and different things that you've been healing and for your lineage. But anyways, what I'm actually seeing, not, you know, going off of just like the meanings of the cards, I'm going deeper into it. But what I'm seeing is that there's been a massive, like, basically unraveling of all these cords and these knots that were ancestral pain and wounds connected with the heart chakra and the heart space. And it speaks of how you have been bringing your heart back into wholeness and out of separation. The Knight of Pentacles energy is, you know, everyone in readings, even me, I'm guilty of it too, but like, he's always like the slow, like, you know, like in a love reading, he's the runner and like, you know, the stalemate and like, but he actually is a really powerful and just a beautiful energy, because like you see the new moon, you see the pentacle, there's definitely like some new birthing from your heart, but it's about like what you've been healing from your heart. And these cords, these are ancestral as well. Karmic knots. I call them karmic knots because when I go in and I do like Akashic healing or like, you know, healing sessions, that's what I see, you know, is like all these very long, like just karmic knots. Anyways, there's something here that's like absolutely come to fruition here. Okay. We have this new moon eclipse, right? So there's something really, this new moon is powerful. This new moon is, it's a very like, I don't even know what zodiac it's in. Aren't the new moons always in the, like, what season are we in? Aquarius? An Aquarius new moon? I don't know. Anyways, for me, it's very magnetic. It feels like this new moon is pulling in exactly whatever it is that our soul needs right now and our body needs and our life needs. It's alignment. So anyways, so I just wanted to say that. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, look, bottom of the deck the whole time is Six of Cups, past life. See? It has to do with the past life healing. Okay, yeah, again, the 9 of Wands, yeah, so it's just confirming again. It's like you're the wounded warrior, but again, there's this new beginning and the light. So you've climbed up the stairs, the end is here, the cycle, you know, it's like all that. Okay, so confirmation, yeah, and then six of Pentacles, now you're in this like receiving energy. I've been feeling some tension in my heart chakra lately, so this makes sense. Yeah, exactly. So a lot of like what's happening, you know, with like the solar flares, etc. Like, there's a lot of, I mean, depending on like the person and what you need kind of individually, but we're all getting, you know, blasted, but there is a lot of heart releases. And so the way that it comes through, it's like these energetic waves that like hit you and then they flow into your body. And then as the wave comes up, it starts to pull the old emotions and energies and density, like whatever it is, right? Tensions from the chakras, especially, you know what I mean? But from the body too. So as it pulls it up and you start to feel that pressure. And then the pressure kind of at some point pops, subsides, you breathe, you do breath work, you breathe it through, you breathe it out, whatever it is, but then you will get that, the release. So I think that's kind of what it is. So definitely a lot of heart, you know, clearing for you. Beautiful. I love it. When the heart's open, like, and everything's flowing and open. It's such an abundant, fertile energy. So I'm glad that connected for you. Okay. All right. Next is the whole ocean. And so I wanted to pull, actually, I'm going to just pull one of these cards because I didn't pull one of these cards yesterday for her. So, all right. For the whole ocean, it was a screen name or username, the whole ocean. Oh, and Brenda, I had forgot to, okay, yeah, I was going to tell you. So my beautiful friend Shelly, she's from like where I'm from. She's a soul sister of mine. She moved down south. She's living in Southern California now in the desert. But anyways, this little, I have black tourmaline in there. But this little this little vase thing, it's actually jade. It's a jade, like, little vase. And then these are part of a clipped, like part of the clipped wing of an owl, which is, you know, you guys know if you've been with me, like the owl is my most sacred animal guide. Anyways, you're very welcome. You're very welcome, love. I just saw your thank you. Anyways, like, I don't know, like 6 months ago or something, I was like just working in the middle of the day, like recording or doing readings or something. I can't remember, working with a client. And then I felt this pull, like I needed to go for a walk. Like something was calling to me, like I needed to go for a walk. And I wasn't planning on going for a walk. It was like in the middle of the day. But I did. And lo and behold, on my walk was this beautiful owl. And it was the middle of the day, sun shining. It was like the end of summer, I think, somewhere around there. If some of you guys might remember me sharing this story, but I'm just going to share it because, you know, there's people here that haven't heard it. And so this owl, I live in the farmland, so there's like a canal, an irrigating canal. And so the owl was sitting on the bank of the irrigation canal. Just beautiful, just sitting there. And I knew something was wrong. And it was staring right at me. So I was walking and I was getting closer and closer and closer. And I got like right almost up to it. And as soon as I got right up to it, it like flapped its like big old wings and flew over to the other side of the canal bank. You know, just like a river bank. So then I had to go walk down, and like there's like a little bridge that you take. So I walked across the little bridge to get to the other side of the embankment where the owl flew over. And I already knew that the owl was sick. I knew something was wrong with the owl. And so the owl had called me to it, basically, like, come and help me, kind of a thing. And, you know, like, if you know, you know, like, you just know. Telepathy is wild. And so then, you know, the owl had flown down or whatever. And so I walk up to the owl. Well, I didn't know what I was going to find on the walk. So I didn't have like a box or a towel or anything with me. And, you know, I'm not going to, as much as I love these animals, I wasn't going to like pick up a sick owl, you know, with my bare hands. So I came back home. I walked back home, grabbed a towel, walked back out. And then when I walked back out, the owl was gone. So I knew that it had, you know, flown somewhere. And so I tuned in with my higher self, my intuition, and it guided me. It said, no, the owl's across the field, look over this way. And so when I did, I looked over and I could see like in the middle of the field, because it's like, you know, like a farm field with, I think they had just chopped the corn. So there's like corn husks and like all this stuff. Or maybe, I don't know, I can't remember. Anyways, yeah, I think it was, because I was walking through the field. So I seen like this little white ball, like way off in the distance, way across the field. So then I had to walk all the way through the field. Like I was wearing like flip-flops or like Birkenstocks or something. And then I finally get to the owl, and, you know, then I was able to like put the towel around it and wrap it. And then I carried it back home. And I had like this big box, you know, so I put it comfortably inside the box on my front porch. And I was hoping that, you know, it would just maybe something might be wrong and it would just fly away. But at the same time, I knew it wasn't. I knew it would be sick. Or I knew it was, I knew it was going to be transitioning. And I guess that's why I was supposed to find it. And the weird thing is that for a long time, I had been praying to like the owl spirits for my healing work with like my clients and stuff, I had been praying to be blessed with a owl feather, like wings of an owl, like owl wings, you know, just like this. Not like their full wing, you know, but like the part where it's, you know, like at their elbow, it just easily, like, you know. Anyways, because it's used in a lot of shamanic work or healing work or whatever. But for me, it just, me as a healer, past life stuff, whatever I did in the past, you know, it just resonated for me. So I was like praying for it. And then this owl, the sick owl, you know, whatever. And so the owl was out there for like maybe like an hour and a half. And I was like checking on it and sitting with it and like talking to it and like praying over it and like, you know. Anyways, I was in here, so I came back inside real quick, and I think I was recording a reading for a client or something. And my higher self said, go outside right now. The owl's about to transition. So I went outside, and it was still alive, and I was like just sending love and like just holding it in space in like white light, and you know, just like calling in the angels and like the other like spirit animal guides, and like and then literally it was like just, I got so emotional. I was like bawling my eyes out, but I saw I saw the owl, like it was like we connected it, and our hearts connected right as the owl's soul left, and I saw it like basically take its last breath. And it sounds probably so silly, but it was so powerful. Like it was like, it felt like some kind of owl spirit, owl medicine initiation or something. I don't know. But that kind of stuff is real, like in stuff that we've done in past lives and things. So it felt like the owl called me to it, to help it. And then, I don't know. So anyways, but before it passed, I was like, you know, like basically like, would it be okay to have a piece of your wing for healing, for my healing work? And so I tuned in, and I of course was like, if it's not, that's okay. And I understand, you know, but the owl was like, no, like, absolutely, please. Like, this is a gift, like, take it, you know? So anyways, that's the story behind that. And then this is just like a hawk feather, that, I don't know, you know, I'm always gifted with like hawk feathers and peacock feathers and stuff like that. But so that's the story behind the owl feather. And my beautiful owl. And I buried the owl in my backyard here, and there's a little wooden stump with a horseshoe right on top of it. Okay, so that's my story time for the day. Sorry guys, I'm going back into the comments. I'm just like kind of catching up. Hi Lola. Kids on a 2-week break, so I'm able to join a live. Yay! Oh, I'm happy, honey. Yay. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. You know what? I don't know why. I don't know. Like, do we have anyone from England or the UK? Well, the UK. I know this is so random, but like, I'm literally smelling and tasting like English baked beans. Like, you know how like, well, it's like viral, of course, right now. Like, so it's like everywhere, but like the Heinz English baked beans, I don't know why. I'm smelling it, I'm tasting it, I'm seeing the English Heinz baked bean cans. Anyways, I don't know, it's not important, but I'm like, someone either ate them like as a meal, or it's like, I don't know, something. Could be someone that's like rewatching the live at some point too. Anywho, okay. So yes, guys, the list is open. Yes, Den, yes, I got you on the list, my friend. I saw your payment come through. I appreciate that. Thank you. I saw that come through last night. And again, to everyone on yesterday's live, I apologize. Like, it was just like, my mom called and we lost the sound, and then I had to end the live. And then when my mom called, her and my dad, I was right. My intuition was right about they wanted to come and like see if I wanted to go to dinner for Valentine's. You know, my dad take me and my mom to dinner or whatever. But, yeah, so just funny, weird situation. But anyways, like, if you guys know, you know. those of you guys who have been with me for a while and like, you know, my personal stuff with family and whatnot. But anyways, it was really nice. And yes, I was like, absolutely. Yeah, so my dad's the one that got me these roses. And like, they're so cute. Like they painted like these little pink hearts on the petals. And then, you know, the thing. But anyway, so that's why I was like, okay, because they were like already on their way basically. I think it's gonna be beans and hot dogs for dinner, maple flavor Canada style. Okay, well, okay, that could be part of it. That actually sounds pretty damn good to me right now. I don't know why. I'm not even a fan of like, well, I don't like American baked beans. For me, I don't like that, you know. But I do like the mapley flavored ones at times for sure. Okay, sorry, I was just catching up. Yes, Lola. Yeah, PayPal's fine, sweetheart. Hello, everyone. Okay, honey. And then J. Cole says, my family line is from England. I eat baked beans with eggs almost every morning. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yep. All right. Yes. So, okay. So I will add Lola to the list. And then, yes, if there's, let's see here. Hold on. Yeah, I could take like two more people. So if anyone else wants to get on the list, if not, that's fine too. I'm totally cool with that. But if you do want to get on the list, just ask us in the comments, like, you know, how do I get on the list or how do I pay? And then if I see it, I'll tell you. And then usually someone will help and, you know, they know the answer. So I don't know. Anywho, okay. All right, Lola. So you're number 10 today, girlfriend. And I'm pretty sure I got everyone else. Okay. All right. So the whole ocean. I don't remember what I was talking about before, but I was probably just, I don't know. All right, for the whole ocean, what message do you have for her at this time? A gift. All right. And you know, I do hear a gift is arriving, and you know, I know that you had someone close to you pass, and to me, that feels, I think I talked about this yesterday, but I wanted to pull just like one card for you, even though I like read for you yesterday. Mermaids could be significant. Atlantis, Lemuria, all of this kind of stuff. Something about your childhood. I know this might sound kind of weird, but I do feel, and it's funny because your thing is about the ocean. Your screen name was the whole ocean. And then the card you get is like ocean energy. I think as a little girl, what I'm seeing is as a little girl, I feel like you had telepathic communications at times from the mermaids, from the ocean. And I know like that's a really like kind of like, you know, to a lot of people that might hear that, they might be like, that's a really weird thing to say. Like that's bizarre. That's not real. But it is. Mermaids and sirens are very real. There's different types of mermaids. Not all of them are love and light, you know, Atlantean, Lemurian. No. There's some that you do not want to play with. You know? Anyways, going back to the message. There's some kind of gift coming to you. It just feels like you completed some soul contract. I think the person that, you know, you were inquiring about that's very close to you that transitioned, I feel like they are now your spirit guide, right? Which we confirmed yesterday. And I feel like they're helping to bring forth, they will be helping, excuse me, I was just corrected by the spirit realm. Because this person just transitioned, they are readjusting into the spiritual, what they're calling it is divine matrices. So just like when we come into earth, you know, we grow up in stages. It's not exactly the same, obviously, but there is like a little transitional period when you go back in from earth, from the physical, you know. Some people, some souls, it's like, you know, it's like, what the hell? Because you're like, what is happening? You know, some souls it's a lot easier where they're just like, oh yeah, you know, I knew this was coming. So this person's soul energy feels a little like, I knew this was coming, but at the same time, it's like, I need to transition. So they will be like a guide that brings forth more abundance, energy flow. Like they're going to help you and bring gifts and like, I don't know, feels like that kind of energy. But there's going to be something about having the connection to the mermaids. And I really hope that you see this. I really hope that you come back and you see this and rewatch it. Yeah, look, I was going to just pull one tarot card before I go or move on to the next person, but you got the King of Swords. And this for me, immediately when he came out, I heard the Watcher. Owls can be significant for you as a spirit guide, as an animal totem, power animal, whatever the case, Male Moore. But this is that rainbow sword, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that person that you were inquiring about, just real fast, this is a watcher, this is a guardian, this is someone who's a protector, a shielder, okay, from the spirit realm. Also, with the rainbow energy, I am receiving this soul is they're very connected to the rainbow ray. They're very connected to the rainbow ray. All right, so you may act, so rainbows or seeing rainbows or the rainbow ray, that could actually be a sync for you or confirmation. Anyways, I'm going to leave it here. But yeah, so I just wanted to pull a couple cards for you as well. And I just thank you. And I just pray that your 2026 just brings you all that you need and in alignment. So, all right. I'm like, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. I just realized I haven't eaten all day. Wow. Talking about like the baked beans and stuff, like it actually made me hungry. I'm like, you know, I mean, I don't, like I said, I'm not like a fan of baked beans, but I love beans. Like I love lentil. We talked about this on yesterday's live. I love lentils. I like making my own beans, my own homemade black beans, pinto beans, you know, whatever it is, you know, but I'm like, beans are amazing because they're a dry food, you know, like you can just buy them in like pounds and bags, and then like they're full of protein and like all this stuff. Great for energy. I don't know. And now I'm hearing that beans, the magical fruit, you know what I mean? You used to sing that when you were a kid. But yeah, I was seeing literally the English baked beans. Okay. Anyways, moving on. Everyone's like, all right, enough. Nicole. All right, so number 2, Nicole. All right, so tuning in with Nicole's energy. I don't know why I'm hearing the word amplification. I'm seeing amplification. So something about like your life, your energy field, your power. Like, and when I say your power, it's not like an egoic power. It's like, you know, your inner power, your inner strength, your willpower, your confidence, your spiritual gifts. So there's a massive amplification. Okay. So I'm being shown like a karmic knot. This would be some kind of karmic bond, a contract that needed to be fulfilled, that needed to be balanced. Like a darker energy masculine is coming through, meaning like a masculine. Okay, so this is like so the way that this correlates with past lives is what I'm seeing and picking up is that there was and I specifically use the word there was a masculine okay, who I want to say you were with. Okay. They embodied, like, really, I don't know why, but it's just like everything I'm getting and being shown, right? So I'm being shown, like, and it's 222 here in California, but I'm seeing this person being very, like, charismatic and funny, like narcissistic, where, you know, they're really charming at times and they can really, like, rope people in those ways, but it's all fake, you know what I mean? It's not real. So that's what I'm kind of getting here. And it was like something that followed you. Not followed you, but it's stuff that, you know, someone that you were connected to, right, in, like, other lifetimes. So it's like you cleared this in this lifetime here. And I am also picking up on, like, connection with Italy, more specifically Rome, the outskirts of Rome, the farmlands that kind of are around, I guess, I don't know, but that's what I'm getting here. Hummingbird, dragonfly, 42, 44. Yep, makes perfect sense. I've been getting amplification and 222 as well. Wow, beautiful. Wow, well, beautiful confirmation. 222 in Eagle Rock, California. Whoop, whoop, Eagle Rock in the house. I just love that, Eagle Rock. That's so cool. So yeah, so what I was seeing with Rome is like a connection there. This was not like some grand rich life or something. Like, this was actually a very poor life that I'm seeing. I mean, you had like but anyways, I see that this guy was like he was like a fighter, or I don't know, gladiator maybe. You know, because gladiators, they were not like highborn or anything, or had, you know, they were just entertainment, and they were just like slaves and like poor people and peasants and stuff, you know. And if they could fight and they were big and tall and strong or whatever, you know, they would gain more notoriety within the Colosseums, but they were still just, you know, entertainment for the elites, for the rich, and for other people who wanted to come and watch. So anyways, I just see this like love between you guys. But I see that a lot of this negative karma, that's what it is. That's what it was. This was actually, so this is where, okay. So I don't know how all this makes sense to you, and I'm going to go through this as fast as I can real quick. But this is the past life energy that's flowing through. So this is like what I'm seeing. I don't know how it all works. I don't know, but so at one point it was like you guys really did love each other. This person was like fighting or doing some kind of I'm also seeing like underground fighting. So it was like, I don't know, like maybe they weren't supposed to be doing that. Maybe the only fighting allowed was like in the Colosseum. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know. But I'm seeing like hidden fighting. Anyways, it got between you guys because this person like became obsessed with it or something. But then they started like, you know, you're basically like beating the crap out of people for like money and for like notoriety. So it started to take a toll on them, like, you know, as a person with integrity and like, you know, humanity and stuff. So anyways, it's almost as if the way that I see it is this person's energy started turning dark because of what they were doing. They were taking in all of that darkness and pain, etc. And so that's where I see like the karmic knot really starting to like take root. So I don't know what's up with all this, but in this current lifetime, I'm seeing like a clearing of that. Okay. So anyways, that's that's what I was saying. I don't know if, do you like to cook? I don't know if Nicole likes to cook or not, but Nicole, I'm seeing like, I mean, this would be like more like the Roman times or whatever, but I'm seeing like, you know, like on like a table, like a piece of wood, that kind of thing or something, but I'm seeing like, I'm seeing you prepare, you know, like food, and it's like the energy flowing through you. There's such pride and such love flowing from your heart, from, you know, from your, into your hands and into the preparation and the cooking of the food. So there's something like, I don't know why, but it's coming through that way. Like part of your gift is healing and soul nurturing, etc., 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 through food, basically. I'm like that too. I love to cook, you know, and someday I'll have people to cook for besides myself. She said, yes. Yay. Yeah. So they're showing me. So in this like lifetime, that was a big, like, you know, you didn't have a lot of money. You didn't, it was very humble, you know, you were very close, you know, like you were from like the farmlands outside of Rome or whatever. I don't know. Okay. This is just how it's all coming through. But it's like you, I don't know, like it's like you lived in the Roman city though, because I see a lot of people around you, and I see you preparing the food, and then I see you like inviting people in. It's like a bench style table. So, you know, and it's like different, it's like I see like different breads, and there's nothing like you would think like Italy nowadays where people go and it's like, you know, pasta galore and like all these pizza, and like I don't see none of that. You know, I see like dates drizzled with honey and like sprinkled with pistachio crumbs, stuff like that. Okay. Different little cheeses and stuff that I don't know. Some fruits, some vegetables, like, you know, different things. Anyways, it's really beautiful the way that I'm seeing it, but it's like you have, I don't know if like you've ever been, I know I'm going long with this one. Sorry guys. I don't know if you've ever been into like interior design, or like someone who's like an event planner who would like be like the person who like decorates like the banquet tables, or I don't know. I'm seeing like there's this part of you that's very creative like that. Like you could make a beautiful centerpiece or a beautiful charcuterie board. And then, you know, you could place flowers and pieces of wood or branches, and you could just make it gorgeous. Like that's what I see. Okay. The mirror. All right. So you got the mirror. So actually, so for healing work, you might be being guided to like do mirror work. You know, like where you stare at yourself for like 5 minutes straight on end, and you look into your eyes, into your being, into your soul, you know, and there's something about that. I can picture it. I do love to plate and decorate. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that neat how like that stuff that we love that are like, we think are just like random personality traits or something, it's actually like ingrained within us. That is actually past life soul memory, you know? Okay, so you were doing mirror work. Okay, cool. So that's like confirmation. But also like with the mirroring, what I get is like the universe is starting to mirror back to you the work you've been doing. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and clarify that. Can you clarify the mirror for me? Yep, exactly. This is divine reward for your strength. You see that? See how the sun is shining down on the lion? This is exactly what I just said. Because of you've been projecting this strength out, because you've been embodying more of that, and now the universe is mirroring that strength back to you as rewards in different, you know, however it is. It could be a million different things, right? We'll just say abundance. It could be love and a new job or a new home or more money or, you know, new friendships, you know, whatever the case. She says, totally. I love it. Awesome. Beautiful. See, bottom of the deck, those 10 swords. This is exact. It's completion. It's done. So if you've been also maybe getting signs or asking for a specific sign about you know, being the cycle breaker, breaking the, like, some kind of huge cycle. There it is. You did it. Now is healing. Now, like, here comes the sun and more celebration. You know what I mean? So, it just is what it is. Like, it's the law of attraction. So you've done a lot of the work, right? And now it's time for you to cash in, you know, cha-ching. So, okay. All right, honey, that is what I've got for you. I also, as always suggest for you guys, whatever comes through for you, especially with past life energy, I really suggest on your own tuning in with that past life. See what else comes through, see what else you can get, see, you know, whatever it is, bring healing to it, bring love to it, like whatever it is, right? Okay. You know, and I don't know, I mean, I may not get a past life vision specific like that for every single person here today, but I am pulling on past life energy. That's the intention. So, woo, I receive. Thank you for this affirming message. I've been feeling the same. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful. That's awesome. Beautiful. Okay. All right, so that was for Nicole. So next we have a Jackie. Miss Jackie, and then after Jackie is Stars Are Us, and then Genevieve, and then Emily, and then Den, and then Janessa, and then Krista, and then Lola. And then that's it. That's all I have. Okay. Alrighty, so Jackie, is Jackie in the house? Jackie, are you in the house, sister? Oh, then Mary's a little crooked over here, huh? All right, well, I don't know if she's here, but I'm just gonna start tuning in. Huh. Okay. So, Jackie, as soon as I start tuning in with your energy, your higher self and like your spirit guides, they immediately brought me to your abdomen and said pain in the abdomen. Okay. Oh, wow. So immediately I'm receiving pain in the abdomen. And then the next download message that comes through from the Akashic guides, keepers, spirit guides. This was like a past life where, like, so this was a past life where, so this is masculine, and this is interesting because this came through for a few people yesterday. There's like this masculine healing that needs to occur for the inner masculine, for your inner divine masculine, okay? So in this lifetime, you were a man. So you've had predominantly feminine woman lifetimes. And, but you've had some lifetimes as a male, okay? At least that's how I see it. But anyways, you were a man in this lifetime, and you're not wearing like armor, but you are a warrior. This looks very Scottish, like old world Scotland, old world Scottish warrior. I don't know if that resonates for you, but that's what's coming through. So I don't know exactly when this was, but I am receiving that this was steel. So whenever steel was around, or I don't know, whenever, you know, because we had like the Bronze era, and then, you know, so I don't know, but I'm seeing a sword. So basically there was, so you, I don't know, and then you'll know, because right now in your current incarnation, right, as Jackie, I don't know, you'll know, but I don't know if you've ever had, like maybe every once in a while you get like a sharp shooting pain in your abdomen, or maybe you have like abdominal like issues, okay? You may hold a lot of, like we hold trauma there. That's our womb. That is our womb. That is our belly, right? So we hold so much there. And it's like time for some really big healing here is what I see. So anyways, but it was like a sword. So there was some kind of like battle, or it wasn't like, oh, it wasn't something huge. It's like what they're saying is like, this is not like a battle that was in the history books. This is small scale battle, like village to village, like that kind of a thing. But anyways, I see the soldiers of the King of England at the time. So I can see them dressed like, you know, so they're dressed like in armor and stuff like that. But anyways, they have swords, and you guys did not have swords. You guys had other weapons. Anyways, that's what I end up seeing. So the sword, you were unalived by a sword through the belly, through the abdomen. Now, in our Akashic records, when we go into past lives, when I go into past lives for my own self, but also for my clients, right? A lot of what comes through is this kind of stuff, because this is a major healing portal for you to tap into and to connect with and to heal. Okay? So it's like, you know, I don't know, the best way to put it is like an energetic phantom wound, but it actually is within your cellular memory and DNA. So we're going to like finally release this trauma, this pain from the body. All right. That's why they're showing this to me. And also confirmation of past lives as a Scot in Scotland. This is very, right, Celtic energy. This is old world. This is like they believed in the fairies. They know all this stuff is real, you know, like it's like that. Druid, you might resonate with Druid. So this is a message for you to go in at this time and connect with that past life, that wound, that version of you. I'm not getting like a name. Actually, yes, I am. I just heard the name Martin. Again, I cannot. I'm going to butcher it. But a Scottish accent, Martin is the name. Okay. So anyways. Sorry, guys. I didn't see the rest of the... Okay. So anyways, okay, so that's what I've got. That is what I've got. All right, so let's go ahead and pull on that. Can you tell me a little bit about what I just saw and what I just shared about this past life for Jackie, please? And then after Jackie, we have Stars R Us. Wow, you got the Star card. That is so powerful to get. So the Star card indicates, first of all, the star represents, because like when I go into like the records, I'm tuning in like to the soul, right? Like, so for me, this is representative of that. Oh shoot, I think my package just got my Illuminati Oracle. I think they just brought it. I think so. I'm gonna go check in a second, and I'm gonna use the restroom. You guys, I'm so freaking excited for the Illuminati Oracle. You guys, I'm going to get stoked. I don't know. I'm going to see what comes through for all the things, and I'm just going to dig in. But anywho, okay, going back. This is alignment. This is destiny. We know wish fulfillments. This is about all the hope and the faith that you have carried, not just in this lifetime, but through the ages, right? It also represents powerful healing on a soul level, using the light codes for healing, being healed by the light, by the stars, by the sun, all the things, right? So anyways, I was asking for more about this, you know, past life confirmation, and we get the healing card. It's healing after tower moments. So, you know, the Star card comes right after the Tower card. Whoops. Chat. Way too many. Come on, there we go. Ace of Pentacles, yeah. So there's some very solid, there's some kind of like, there's new opportunities, new beginnings, new doors opening, and it brings stability for you. It brings like more money. You feel more stable. You feel safer. You feel secure, grounded, more rooted. So definitely. So there's, okay. So that's why this lifetime came through. Okay. Everything is so intentional, especially when I'm channeling something. I'm not saying that in a way of like, oh, I'm like superior to other like readers. Heck no. I'm like, you guys know me, I'm so humble. But what I mean is like when I'm channeling something, it's very important. So this lifetime that came through for you, this is actually a block that lives inside of you. It blocks it and it affects you and you don't even know it because it's like a subconscious, forgotten, like lifetime memory thing. But that doesn't mean it's not there. Right? So tuning in with that and helping to move through that and breathe into it. And then you'll know, like I said, like some people, like, you know, some people that have had like, you know, lifetimes like this where they've had like this kind of a trauma that shows up in a reading. Oftentimes they'll have like digestional tract issues, gut issues, you know, IBS, like, you know, just like stuff like that. Right. But it doesn't have to be that. But this might be, it's like you're healing things in order so that stuff does not happen. So it doesn't manifest like that. So anyways, you'll know. It's your body, you'll know. Exactly. I just said it's the stuff that's hidden in the shadow. Because it's the shadow. It's like in the darkness, in the subconscious. There it is, the moon. But also it's about things that have been hidden from you until the right time are now coming to light. Okay. So there you go. Right. Yeah. The Magician. Yeah. Remember your power, girl. You are powerful. All right. So that was for beautiful Jackie. So I hope that helps. And then next is Stars Are With Us. Stars are with us. Oh, let me go check my thing. And Jen says, I relate to broadsword battle between the McDade clan, my maternal Scottish granddad, versus the McPherson clan. Very bloody. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's so cool. Yeah. But definitely for sure. Definitely for sure. I know. I think about our past lives and I'm like I honestly, like if I'm being honest, in like we think like what we're moving through in this life, it is because we've never had this on earth before, etc. There's never been this state of the world before, so that is special, that is important, right? But I think about like our ancestors and I think about us because we are our own ancestors, right? Like you could tune in at any time to a past life, you know, where you're still living on that timeline. And, you know, because we know time is not linear and it's happening all at once. So you can tune into like a past self and be like, hey, you got any advice for me? Like, can you impart some wisdom or some healing, things like that. But anyways, I just think it's so cool. All right. I'm going to leave it there, but. I'm very connected with Scotland as well. Funny enough, like, I don't know. In these bloodlines that I chose to incarnate in this incarnation. So like my mom's bloodline and my dad's bloodline, like I chose those bloodlines to come and whatever, do serious work and be the curse breaker. But, you know, I've been a part of other bloodlines. So somewhere in my soul, I have like a lot of Scottish energy for sure. It just doesn't come from, I don't think, my mom or my dad, right? So anyways, it's all very interesting. It's all very interesting, these journeys and our souls and how it all works and you know what I mean? Anywho, okay. All right, so Stars Are Us. Are you still here, sweetheart? She was here earlier. I'm gonna go grab my I think they delivered it because I saw the little van come. But she'll be here. Okay. That's okay. You know, I don't need to have them in the chat to connect with the energy. So, okay, guys, I'll be right back. Right back. Sorry guys, I had to, I grabbed the package, but what was so weird was the package, the whole top was completely ripped off. Like someone, like they opened it. So I don't know, he maybe like just grabbed the corner and like went to toss it and maybe it ripped. But it's a paper Amazon package, you know, so. Just weird because I've never had that happen before, and it just so happens to be opened and ripped and shoved inside when I order the deck of the Illuminati. Like, okay. Anyways, there it is. I'm so freaking excited. Like, hold on. Hold on. Oh, and then I just cleansed because I don't, you know, I don't bring things inside like this without cleansing, you know, into my home. So I just, you guys probably heard it. I cleansed using my witch bells by AJ Blackwood. I love this, you guys. Some of you guys might want to go order this. I don't know. But it says, welcome to the Illuminati Oracle. This deck is here to help you navigate all of the chaos, sorting truth from distortion, conspiracy from coincidence. It helps you tap into the energetic undercurrents, shaping world events, offering both direct answers and subtler clues. Pay attention not only to the cards that you draw, but to the way that they interact. The full story often lies in their connections. The spreads and sample questions ahead are here if you need them, but trust your own flow if you already have a reading style that works. Okay, so I didn't need to read that last part, but okay, like this is a high vibe, like super tuned in, tapped in, turned on Oracle deck for sure. Whoever this AJ Blackwood guy is, thank you so much, dude. Yeah. All right. Here we go. That's like the extra card thing. Okay. Anyways, you guys, I cannot believe, like, you know, this like whatever it is, the V Iris that I got. I'm just going to shuffle real quick. I just want to see. Anyways, I can't believe it's been lingering for this whole week. And I'm on a steroid, like from the doctor. Anyways. Hi, stars or us. No, actually, sweetheart, it's actually perfect timing because you're next on the list. And I was asking if you were in here. I guess you weren't in the moment. But yeah, you're next. It's perfect. All right. What wants to come out? Paranoia. Dun, dun, dun. All right, look, paranoia, and then look at that, you guys, cyber attack. Wow. Feeding the fear. Okay, so immediately there's this energy coming through for the collective about, I'm hearing collective noise. So, okay, I'm already obsessed with these. There is fear it's fear-mongering. There is fear being fed through the collective about electronics, devices, which I know I've talked about it. I don't, when I do talk about those things, it's not to obviously instill fear, but that's what a lot of people do. I'm trying to guide people on how to protect themselves and just it's all good, feed the love timeline, not the fear timeline. But there's a message here. There's some kind of paranoia or fear. And this feels like, so if this is you, or you've had these moments where, you get that paranoia of a cyber attack or you know what I mean? Like that kind of weird stuff. Okay. They're like, just don't feed the fear. Don't feed the fear, because you are under divine protection. All right? All this stuff that, you know, I have to be careful what I say. Okay, that's why I need to do all this stuff offline. Yeah, look. You're under divine protection right now, because we know that all of this stuff, even right here, right now on YouTube, and all of it was built for psychological operation. Right? They created a mainstream narrative, right, of all about it, but really what it was psychological study and operation. It was to program us. Algorithms are a program. They are meant to program you. That's why they program and they show you all things you like, and, you know, they want to know what you do like and don't like, because they want you constantly feeding that program. Anyways, you guys, I barely even opened this deck, and I'm already flying with the messages. So I am flipping excited. This is like my favorite deck I think I've ever gotten. Look at, we are stepping into a new reality. This is where we're at, Meal Moors. Secret Hollywood. Look at exposed, dead, done. All these elites controlling the resources. Over, canceled. What's this? Return to nature. Yeah. Yeah. This is the New Earth protocol here. So, wow. 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 Okay. Predictive programming. There's the algorithm. There's the algorithm. Predictive programs. There it is. There's your Instagram, your YouTube, your Facebook, your news feed. Right? That's what I was just talking about. That's funny that it showed up. So anywho, if y'all are interested in getting this and you want to tune in with what's really going on in the world, etc., and you just want to like confirm things, this is an incredible deck for that, in my humble opinion, for sure. The energy of this is kind of, there's a lot of shadow energy in this deck. So if you pick this deck up and you use this deck, I would make sure that you're in a good vibration. Not like the deck is bad at all. What I mean by shadow is just shadow. Like, it's talking about a lot of dark, heavy stuff here. But there's also a lot of really beautiful things like galactic politics, change of power, right? Policy changes, and it's all in the divine law now, right? So anyways, but my point is, decks carry energy, and each little deck has their own personality, right? You can feel it. This one's more happy. This one's more bubbly. This one's a little darker. This one's a little more macabre. This one's a little like, leave me alone. You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm saying. Anyways, okay. Siri S is in the building. Yes, for sure, for sure. Yeah. So, all right, there we go. Illuminati Oracle. I am so flippin' excited. I am so excited. Wow, look at that. I've been talking about this one right here. I've been talking about, well, I've talked about it a few times, but okay. Yeah. I think I'm going to record a workshop for 222 portal. I'm just going to record it. I'm not going to do a live event because I've been having issues with my Zoom and my volume on Zoom. So I have to wear my AirPods right now when I connect with Zoom, which is fine. They work, but like sometimes they, get static or they cut out or something. And I don't want that to happen during a transmission. And, so anyways, I think I'm going to record a workshop for 222, but it's going to be a workshop. Like I'm going to do some manifestation stuff, but it's going to be a workshop all about clearing your aura, clearing your field, how to protect yourself, how to use multi-dimensional quantum layered shields of protection. I'm going to show you how to do that. I'm going to show you how to encode your shields. I'm going to show you what to do with all the things. Okay. how to ground. We're gonna do some breathing and breath work. We're gonna do deep stuff. We're gonna connect with we're gonna light that fire, literally. We're gonna light the fire within, the Kundalini. Okay, this is all the stuff that I've been being shown and guided to. So I wanna record that and then offer it, you know what I mean? So you'll be able to like purchase it for, you know, and it'll be like a whole thing on, and plus like protecting yourself, shielding yourself, clearing. You know, I work way up in the higher realms and dimensions. I will be working with, someone mentioned the Sirius family. I will be working specifically in this workshop that I'm going to record. I will be working specifically with the my Blu-ray family of light, other beings too, dragons, etc. But I'm going to be working with my Blu-ray family of light, which is Yeshua, Mary Magdalene, Isis, Mother Mary, etc., and so on, from the Blu-ray order of the Sirius Star Nation. So a lot of Blu-ray energy. And then also, sorry, I'm like, I know my breath is like short right now because of, you know, my lungs and stuff right now, like coughing. Also in this workshop, I don't know when I'm going to record it, probably like in the like 3-4 days, because what's today, the 15th? Yeah, so that's the 22nd is a week from now, 7 days from now. So yeah, within the next few days I'll start off, I'll talk about it, and I'll start letting people know on YouTube, and then I will record it and then whatever. But anyways, I talked about this like maybe like a month ago, and I said I would probably do it. But also in the workshop, we are going to be traveling in our light bodies. I will guide you and take you, and we will travel in our light bodies, okay? And we will be going to Telos, which is the Lemurian crystal city within the mountain of Shasta. So that's where we will be going, and that's where we will be doing our work. And so it's, yeah, they're amazing. So if you've ever done one of the workshops in the past, they're amazing. But this one will be a little different because we're going to go in there. We're gonna meet up. We're gonna go into some crystal temples. We're gonna work with light rays, but we're also gonna be working with the beings who are basically like, kind of like, you know, they're the ones connected to the light rays, right? So it might be Paul the Venetian, Archangel Shamuel, Archangel, you know, Charity or Faith, or Saint Germain, you know, things like that. Okay. So, return to nature also poked my heartstrings. Beautiful. Alrighty, guys. So, anyways, just a little FYI for those of you guys who are here on the thing. Okay, so stars are us. Yes, sweetheart. Yes, you were next. So I grabbed the Oracle deck, but I do need to use the restroom just real fast, you guys. So I'm so sorry, but I've been drinking a lot of fluid, like water. You know, I'm just trying to like flush my system, hydrate, flush my system. So you'll have to excuse me. Not like we have a lot of people in here, but anyways. Okay, so I'll be right back. And then after Stars Are Us, I have Genevieve and Emily, which I'm really excited to read for. I'm excited to read for everyone, but I know Genevieve is like, anyways. All right, okay, I'll be right back. Okay, guys. So sorry. Close this. Alright. Like, I have, like, these little, my sister-in-law sent these. She, like, sent these to me. They're, like, these little mini rice cakes. But they're, like, little tiny. I guess they're, like, a thing. Like, everyone's going nuts over them. I had never even heard of them. But they're called Drizzlicious. These little... And they come in, like, I also have a bag on my counter that's, like, s'mores flavored. They're really, really, really good. Anyways, I'm gonna... Just don't mind me for a second, because I need just, like, a little something in my stomach. All right. You know what? What's funny about that is because my mom, she has that, because you said like the steroids will hype you up. They don't do that to me. Like my mom, she gets like all red and flushed for like days at a time whenever she has to take, you know, like any kind of like steroid like that when she's sick. My dad too, he has that reaction too, and it like it makes them like wire, like they can't sleep. It doesn't do that to me. Hello, Shannon Davis. Hello. Thank you so much. I hope you had a happy Valentine's Day. Anyways, they're just like little like fluffy little mini rice cakes, but they're really good. I'm like, as I thought about it, I hadn't eaten. Okay. Here we go. Sorry, guys. Stars are us, okay. All right, let me see as I tune in. Okay. Huh, interesting. So, I don't know, like I never know like if this resonates, but well, it is a lot of times it may not because it's past life, but anyways, I was immediately seeing like so it was like in the South, so this would be like Louisiana, in like a country. So anyways, it was your father actually owned a plantation. That's what I'm seeing. Your father owned a plantation. Your father was not a very nice person. We'll just say that. But you were. And what I saw was you standing in front of like maybe like a 13, 14-year-old, you know, boy who worked for your father on the land. We'll just say that, okay? And what I saw was your father wanted to, I don't know, like it was like a punishment for something, but it was like, I don't know what, but it was like something so stupid. So, and you stood up for this boy, like you stood in front of him. Basically, like if you're gonna whip him, you have to whip me first. Okay. That's, I don't know why, but that was what I was shown. This bravery, this righteous, like this inner, like, I will, like you stand up for the underdog. You know what I mean? You stand up to the bully. So in your lifetime, in this current incarnation, you've had a lot of bullies. You've known a lot of bullies. Or you've been, you know what I mean? And I'm sorry for saying that. I think that's another word I'm not supposed to be saying. So, like, trigger warning. But anyways, why that's significant, and I was shown that moment, I don't know. But you guys were very wealthy. I see, like, you were probably, like, you were around the same age, I want to say, like 15 or 16. You looked a little bit older than this boy you were protecting, but not much older. Like I actually, like you're in like a, you know, a dress. It's like goes all the way up to the neck. There's like lace around the neck, and you have like dirty blondish hair. It's all tied up in like a thing, and then you have a hat on, and the hat looks like a straw hat or something. Not straw, but like, you know, like it was like a pretty hat, but like weave. Anyways, very proper, I guess. Very Southern Belle. Okay. And what I'm also receiving is, it's crazy because the Appalachian Mountains keep coming up in many different ways recently. And this is a very magical place. The Appalachians were actually at some point connected with the Himalayas. A lot of people don't know that. And so they carry the mysticism and portals and all this stuff. Anyways, you're connected to that. I don't know how or why, but that's what they're saying. Like, in past lives, you have a connection with that. Like, you lived in those areas, like the Carolinas, Georgia. I am getting something specific about like Savannah, Georgia also. So I don't know if you've ever been like pulled to that place or called to that place, but there's a connection there to the land there. So I don't know if you have a connection to like New Orleans or if you've ever wanted to like go there. A lot of like, you know, a lot of mystics, a lot of like light workers, you know, we are drawn to that kind of stuff. A lot of times, like me, I'm like, I want to go to New Orleans so bad. But that's what I'm being shown. So anyways, and then I see this boy. It's funny because I see him as a boy, the one that you protected. I actually see him like as a spirit guide around you. And he is giving me the name Michael. So I think his name was Michael. But he's, you know, he's like there with you or whatever. Even though he didn't pass away when he was young in that lifetime, you know, yeah, he's saying like, yeah, he lived like, he was like in his 40s when he passed. Anyways, that's what I get. So I don't know, the records are so random, but, so it's like a spirit guide who's around you. It's like someone who like watches out for you. You know what I mean? Because you watched out for him. And yep, Michael. So I don't know, you can try talking to Michael, or you can tune in with it more on your own, and see what comes through. But that was like a part of like your soul gifts, and that's like a part of like your light work. It's actually a part of like, it's like being a shadow worker. So that's why like you've known a lot of darkness, or you've known a lot of shadow way more than maybe the people around you or friends you grew up with, or just, you know what I mean? Because that's why you're like you're one of the light warriors who, again, you stand up for what's right and what's true. You know, so anyways, and the universe favors the brave. So let's pull a card here. Let's see. All right. Action. You know, what's interesting about this is, I mean, well, first of all, look at the horse, year of the horse, the fire horse. So this is for you, a message just at this time in general, of taking action on certain things. All right, like riding the fiery wave of the fire horse energy right now, and taking action on whatever it is that your soul is being called to do, your heart's tugging you to do, whatever it is. Okay, but also I just talked all about how you're this like divine soul warrior, you know what I mean? And you protect the innocent, and you know, stand up for what's right. And this is that warrior right there, you know what I mean? So it's confirmation. It's confirmation for that. Okay. And let's see the bottom of the deck. Boundaries, yeah. You're someone where you create that boundary. You draw the line, you know what I mean? But anyways, this is also a message of like creating boundaries. Maybe taking action on certain boundaries, you know what I mean? And then gratitude. Protecting your energy. I don't know why that's coming through, but I'm protecting your energy. Okay. And then gratitude. Just being in the place of gratitude. That's your guidance. This is guidance. This is all guidance right now. Connecting with your heart. Being present in the moment. You know what I mean? So, okay. All right. And let's get a tarot card. Okay. Shannon, worked all week making florals for everyone's Valentine's. Hope you had a good one too. Oh, beautiful. I love it. Yes, I did have a good one. I went live yesterday. I worked and then I went live. I recorded readings for people, you guys, yesterday for clients. And then literally, I went to, like, when I uploaded them, they had no sound. Every single one. There was 3 and every single one had no sound. But the technical glitches right now, the tech glitches and the stuff that's like going haywire with anything techy, it's very normal. Anywho, okay. 9 swords. So the 9 swords, immediately I'm getting like anxiety. So that's what I'm feeling throughout your entire, like, I'm feeling it, like, I feel anxiousness in your energy field. I feel anxiousness in your heart, you know, in your chest. I feel anxiousness in your belly, in your womb, tightness, tension, you know, and that's that anxious, like, overstimulated nervous system, maybe, all of that. Okay. And that's why they're like, you need to protect your energy, create like good, healthy boundaries, like energetic boundaries. And then be in the place of the gratitude, the heart, you know, surrounding yourself with different colors of light, healing, all that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, that's what I've got. I'm like, that's what I've got. But there's definitely something where there's like worry or anxiousness, you know, and they're like, just place your hands over your heart, be in your heart, like, don't worry, like, surrender it up. So what all that is for you, I don't know, but that's the message. So so you guys, that's why I charge a little more for these ones, because like when I tune in with anything past life and then I channel like other messages for it, it just takes a lot of my energy, you know, and I'm already not feeling like, I mean, I feel fine, but it's like at the same time I don't, because my oxygen levels are not what they usually are right now, I guess. So anyways, thank you, I appreciate you. All right, so I hope that helps, resonates, brings something to light for you, confirms something for you. And then also, like, just right as I'm ending, I am seeing angel number 111, and then I saw 222. So probably just, again, right, we see those numbers a lot, but there's something significant about them right now. Because when we see angel numbers, it's not just like, oh, an angel number. Numbers are healing. They carry vibrations, they carry codes, they carry messages. So if you're seeing like 222 a lot, for instance, tune in with that. What healing, like, I receive the 222 vibrations into my body, into my fields, like whatever I need. So I don't know, just food for thought, but that's what I saw. That's what I saw. So I wanted to share. Okay. Whew. All right. So for Genevieve. Tuning in with Genevieve. Hold on. Clearing real quick. Sorry, guys. All right. Okay, there we go. Whew. All right, and so it is done. Excuse me. Okay. Alrighty, so Genevieve. Genevieve. I don't know if Genevieve is on here. Someone makes me very anxious. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why you got that card, boundaries, because it's like I'm in this circle of protection, and like this is like my energy field, and no one else is allowed around it, because you know, so that's why your guides are like, protect your energy, create healthy boundaries. Like, you know, if it's someone who makes you anxious and drains you and like makes you feel like all those things, it's not your person. It's not someone that's supposed to be around you or in your life. So the message would be cut them off, let them go. And again, create that healthy boundary and pour that energy back into yourself. And thank you so much, my love, for the healing prayers and all the things. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys, now I'm getting like fried chicken. Okay, so I had baked beans earlier, smelling and seeing baked beans. Now I'm getting like fried chicken. Oh my gosh, that smells and looks so good. Now I'm just hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm like, alrighty. Okay, so Genevieve. Okay, so she must not be on here. So I'm going to tune with Genevieve's energy. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so Genevieve, sorry, Genevieve, hold on 1 second. I just was reading a comment. Stephanie Cordon, I'm frying chicken right now. Holy shit. See, you guys, oh my gosh, that's crazy. I mean, I'm like, I'm saying it's crazy, but it's like, I'm used to this, but every single time I'm just like, that's wild. Girl. No, I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. Well, I love fried chicken. I love making fried chicken. I love fried chicken. There's just something so like I'm making, you know, it's soul food. It really, and I love soul food. So that's so funny. She's like, I'm literally frying chicken right now. Are you frying like frying in the oil on the pan, or are you frying like air fryer? And is it like, you know, is it, because I'm seeing like, you know, like the real pieces of chicken, not like fried chicken breast or something, like, but like, you know, like thighs and wings and like drums and all the things, you know what I mean? I'm like, I want to come over for dinner. Where do you live? Oh my goodness. You know what else I love to do? I love making fried pork chops. Oh my God. Or like the thinner cut, like bone-in, like fried pork chops. You know what I mean? Just, oh. Okay. All right. So if you guys are new here, often when we go live and we do things like this live is a little different because this live is just a continuation from yesterday's live. So I'm just reading for people, but usually I will read for the collective and we do things like, and then I'll go into the personal readings. But it's like a lifestyle channel. It's like a lifestyle channel, you know what I mean? Like we talk about all kinds of things here. There's everything here. So welcome. Oil in the pan. Yeah, girl. Yeah, that's what I was smelling and seeing, was like the oil in the pan thing. So, all right. Thank you. Well, I will tell you that your cooking smells amazing, Stephanie. Okay, so just FYI, you're a good cook. I smell it, I sees it, and I wants it, and I'm like, honey, you got it going on over there, okay? So she's like, get out of my kitchen, girl. Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Okay, she cut them into tenders. Okay. Show. Well, still, that's going to be bomb. That's going to be so good. Ugh. All right. Well, I need to hurry up with this live because now I feel like I want to cook some. I think I'm going to, I don't know. I might do fried pork chops, but girl, thank you. Because now I'm like, I want something fried. I want like soul comfort food now. I might make a little mashed potatoes, a little gravy, or sweet potato. All right. Anyways, okay, so for beautiful Genevieve. Okay, so let me go back into Genevieve's energy. All right. So what I was already seeing a vision, so it's easy for me to go back there. So for Genevieve, what I was seeing, love, is I was immediately taken. So it was like I saw you, and you were a woman, and you're Native American. So I don't know if this is how this will resonate. I don't know what your bloodlines are, because I do see that your bloodlines, like currently, I'm kind of getting a mixture, but I see like a lot of European. But anyways, this is an incarnation where you were Native American. I know nothing really. I'm not super familiar with all the different tribes and their territories and where they were and where they resided. But what I did receive and see was I saw you, and then I saw like a beautiful forest behind you. And then I saw you take, like, basically, and then it brings me into another vision where I saw you in Kansas. So it was like you were standing in, so basically connection to the state of Kansas, or this was where you were. And then they said to me, this was about 300 years ago with in this lifetime and what I was seeing. And I'm hearing a name for you, but honestly, it's really hard for me to say it, but I want to try to say it. Moweyaha. Moweyaha. That's what it is. That was your name. Moweyaha. What that means, I have no idea, and I don't even know if I don't know. You can look it up. Something all my kids will eat instead of making separate meals. Oh my God, I just looked up and could have swore that the balloon was a pink dove at the ankle and caught it. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love that though. That's synchronistic that you even, you know what I mean? Sorry, so going back just real quick to Genevieve. So, and then I heard Genevieve Navajo. So again, I don't know the Navajo, like, I don't know like where all they're like connected to, you know? I do believe that it's more centralized to like the West Coast part of, I don't know. I have no clue. So this is stuff you can Google and look up. But like it's like, but you were Navajo, but you were in Kansas. So let's say like the Navajo territory is like mostly like Arizona or Texas or something like that, for instance, right? Then what that means is like, then you were there for some reason, you know what I mean? Kind of out of place. But that's like where you lived. Okay. And then I'm like, I'm trying to get more, so. Okay. So what's coming through is, this was a good life. This was a happy life. And I don't know why Kansas came through so strongly. Like, you were connected there, you did live there. But what they're also showing me is like, that wasn't your home. Like, that wasn't where you were born. That wasn't your land per se for you. Okay. So again, I don't know the significance. And sometimes you may not know the significance of what I'm telling you, but I promise you, at some point in time, every single piece of everything I say will fall into place and make sense at some point. And and I saw a little boy. So what I'm seeing is this was actually a really happy life. Like okay, so not all of our lifetimes were like completely just hell, you know. We've had some decent lifetimes, and you had a daughter, which I actually, so this is interesting because Emily's on your, well, Emily is your daughter, but oh my God, see, and as soon as I start talking about that, my cough comes out. It's like purging, I'm trying to purge from my heart for a second. Oh my God. So what I'm seeing is actually you had a daughter. Emily, your daughter now, was that daughter also in this lifetime. So you guys had the mom-daughter thing in this lifetime too. But before Emily was born, you were pregnant, you had a little boy. And what I'm seeing is he's so cute. Like, he's so cute. He's actually got kind of like hazily colored eyes, which is very rare, I want to say, for your culture or whatever, like, you know. But he has dark black hair. Anyways, he's about 2 or 3 years old. And then I see there's like a creek, like a river. Okay. I don't know exactly how or what happened, but the next thing I see, so basically he drowned, this little boy, your son. He's maybe about, actually he's more like 3 or 4 years old. That's like that age. And so that's a trauma. That's they're showing me this because they're saying like this is a pretty good lifetime, but there's a lot of trauma. And so I don't know why, but this connects to you and Emily's soul contract also in this lifetime currently. Because you were like grieving, you know. So it's like grief that has been passed down through the generations. And that's just that's just how it goes. And it's not just you, it's just, you know. But anyways, this is a point, an access point for you to let go of this trauma and to bring this fragmented piece of self back into your heart fully again. Okay? Emily knows more probably about that. She could probably help you, but you know, I'm always here too. This is the work that I do with clients, but you can very easily just let it go, you know. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's what that's what was coming through. So, and for some reason, I know this might sound really weird, but for some reason, I'm feeling a lot of energy being focused on my left leg, like my knee, the back of my knee, down my leg, and into my feet. So I don't know if you have any kind of like joint or arthritis stuff going on there, or like leg issues or knee stuff, like a knee I have no idea. But there's also like, so they're focusing me on all this area on your left side, which is your feminine side. So there's major blocks in your energy meridians going up your feminine. So your yin energy can't flow. So you're in dominant masculine energy, but even your masculine feels a lot of blockages and stuck. One way to really help with this, just FYI, is to start soaking your feet, like as hot as you can stand it. Soak your left foot, because this is we need to open the energy valves here. We need to, like, we need to release the pressure, okay? So soaking your feet as hot as you can stand it, Epsom salt. If you can put like some maybe fresh like mint or rosemary in there, helps open up more of the pores and you know what I mean? Okay. So do that maybe like a few times a week. I would do both feet for sure. And it's 333 here in California, right? As I'm like saying this to you and ending. I'm trying to get as much info as I can out as fast as I can to you. So, you know, so I don't make this like a super long reading. But what they're saying is okay, so that past life that just showed up, that wound, that trauma, I don't know if you've ever lost someone close to you, or like, I mean, we all know loss at some point, right? But I don't know, but this is like something that you carried with you. So it's like, it's meant to be let go and healed. It's a wound of, like of guilt, of self-guilt and self-shame. Like like you felt like it was your fault. You felt like it was your fault. Okay. And so you took all of that grief into you, and it remained there, and it still remains there to this day. Okay. So and now it gets to be released. Ooh, fun. Literally, the card says fun. Okay, so listen. See all the color. I mean, this is a good time. This is a good time right here. These people are happy. You know, they did some kind of like, you know, paint thing, you know, like, I don't know. They're all covered in paint, whatever. This is like a card where the inner child is just beaming and shining. They're present. They're not anxious and worried and thinking of negative things. They're just like in the moment, laughing, lighthearted, like 0 F's given, like that. That is what your higher self and your angels are guiding you to do right now in your life. That is your medicina. How do I heal? How do I help myself more? You have fun. You let go. You let the hair down. Maybe go to, you know, like, I don't know, but for some reason with the paint, I am getting like a painting class. So maybe you join like a little painting class, or you go to one of those little like shop things where you can like go like do like, you know, paint your own bowl or your own vase. You know what I mean? But there's something very like, it's time to get creative. Okay. And let's go ahead and get a tarot card. And then after Genevieve, Emily, of course. But yeah, definitely like the connection. Okay, so like I said, I specifically heard Navajo. And then I specifically heard, right, like this was about 300 years ago. Okay, so like what, like 1700s-ish, somewhere. You were very, I think you stood about maybe, you were tall and slender is the way I see you, okay? Tall and slender, and you did have pretty dark skin, like more tan, you know? But just very beautiful features. Nothing like crazy, you know, like, but just pretty. Anyways, but very slender, built very slender, kind of tall. This is a trauma you can let go of now with whatever happened with that. So that little boy, he's like an angel guide. You know what I mean? And look at, as soon as I say angel guide, look what comes out. Temperance, which is a card of healing, and it's a card of your angels and the angels. Okay? And then look, 10 of Cups. So this again, like what I said, this you may not consciously remember it, but tune in with it, meditate on it. Like, can you show me more? Like, I want to tune in with this more. I want to get to know, you know, I want to see more about this little boy, or I want to see more about, you know, Emily and me in this lifetime. Because like I said, she was your daughter in that lifetime too. And you've probably, not probably, I know, you've had some lifetimes where the roles were reversed, excuse me, where Emily was the mother, or, you know, and you were the child, okay? Anyways, 10 Cups, okay. So through this healing and alchemy of this healing, okay, but you're like also being guided to have fun and alchemize and transmute negativity into happiness, fear into faith and love, you know, boredom and routines into more fun and trying new things. Like, that's the alchemy that you're being guided to connect with. And 10 Cups. 10 Cups is like just feeling just so good, emotional fulfillment. It's completion of a cycle. It's like everything falls into place, and it's just like incredible. It's like total happily ever after kind of vibes. But this is like what's aligning in, or more of that energy flowing to you, but it has to come. It only comes when healing has occurred. That's the message. So that is what I've got. I'm like, oh my God, my voice. No, stay with me, voice. Stay with me. So thank you so much, Genevieve. And I hope that resonates. I also keep hearing, you know, so you do have like, they're Navajo ancestors. I mean, they're here and they're literally like in my ear and they're like, we are her ancestors. We are her family. Tell her to call on us. We are the Navajo. Like we are around her. We are supporting her. And this is just, I mean, we have an army of ancestors. It would be impossible to even list how many ancestors we have individually. You know what I mean? But the ones that, you know, I don't know. Some of them are just, they come through stronger than others. So there's that. And I'm also seeing you being very connected to horses, which we are obviously in the year of the horse, but I see a deep infinity, a love for horses. So I don't know, again, if that's going to resonate with you. But you know, I see that you've been connected to the horse and, you know, like being able to ride the horse and, you know, all that stuff. But also I'm seeing that you actually, you know, you've tuned in, especially like in the native lifetime, like it's like a horse whisperer, you know what I mean? Like you were able to like, you had a connection with the horses. We'll just leave it there. So very strong connection. You knew that how strong the horses were for humans and just for, you know, etc. Like they aren't just a means of transportation or whatever. Like they are so special. So anyways, I don't know, but but that's what was coming through. Okay, so Emily. What do we have for Emily? Okay. Okay, so I'm asking for past life stuff, right? Which this is past life, technically. But what is coming through really strongly actually is your Sirian family of light from Sirius. From the Sirius Star Nation. Okay? Hold on real quick. Hey, sister. For mine, if there's time at the end, would you be able to see if anything comes through regarding Daniel or a new person coming in? Thank you. Yes, absolutely, love. Absolutely. So, so the focus here and where I'm being pulled, like literally, like they're pulling me over here and they're like, no, let's focus here. So your Sirian family of light, and they're coming through, like I can see them, but, you know, and then of course like Yeshua, Mother Mary, but I'm actually seeing like the Sirian, like how they look, a lot of the Syrians. And there's like all this white light and there's a lot of blue light. But they're coming through and they're like, we want to work with her more. Like, I don't know, something about galactic codes, or they're working with you in your sleep. Okay. So I don't know if you've had any like really like, like vivid dreams about anything like this. Okay, I see. So they're like, we're coming to her in her dreams, but we're not coming to her in like our full, like basically like they're not coming through as like galactics. They're like coming through as, you know, like just like humans, you know. Anyways, there's a lot of work happening. Okay, so let's go. What else? So basically they just want you to work with them, and also working more with Mother Mary, Yeshua, and Mary Magdalene. And Hathor. Hathor is coming through for you too. And these are all, it's all connected, you know what I mean? But anyways, but connecting with your Sirian family of light. Okay, so it's like there's something that's you know what I mean? Like, you know, like you like people on Instagram or here on YouTube, like some star seeds, they're very galactic. Like they talk a lot about, you know, the Galactic Federation or the Pleiadians, or, you know, but the words they use and the way they speak, it's very like, you can tell that they're speaking from their galactic blueprints, you know what I mean? And that's literally what I'm getting for you. So I know you understand, you get what I mean. I've been having vivid dreams, but I can't seem to remember them when I wake up. Okay, so you know, if they're doing work, a lot of the times that's kind of the way they want it. So they will make it like that where you can't really remember when you wake up. Even if during the experience you're like, I'm gonna remember this. 2 seconds later you wake up and it's like amnesia. So if you want to remember, because so that's a part of why I'm here as the conduit today. They want to connect more. So that's what the message is. They're like, okay, so now that you know we're coming due in the dreams, now you can just give them permission and be like, okay, like you don't have to like I want to remember. I'm okay with remembering. Like I'm ready to like see more. I'm ready to connect more. I'm open for more. But anything for the highest and greatest good, right? So there you go. Okay, so you can like just talk to them and ask them for things, because they're like, yeah, they're like, she's our Syrian sister and we hold her in light. And she's been suffering. She's been suffering in silence. And she holds so much and she tries to do so much. Okay, so it's like they want to help you like release some pressure, some energy, some anxiousness, some whatever it is. And they want you to ask for like, what do you need? Like literally, like, what do you need? What do you want? It's like that. Okay. All right. I'm like, so the Syrians, which I love that, because, you know, you connect as you hold the Blu-ray codes. You have like the Blu-ray energy. I think your mom does too. Like, I don't know if you resonate with the Blu-ray or as Blu-ray, but that's what I'm seeing, and that's what is coming through, you know. So anyways, okay, so let's pull on the other stuff. I'm like, now that we got that out of the way, let's pull on the other stuff. I was trying to remember what else. Okay, let's go ahead and yes, there's playback available. Yeah. Yeah, the lives, they always save afterwards. Well, like most of the time, yeah. But yes, I don't think I've ever had one like Instagram is a different story, but yeah, YouTube is good. Okay, so Emily, you're showing up as the High Priestess. This is your overall energy around you right now. Okay? The Priestess is, well, we know like what the Priestess is, but it's also, she's the Keeper of Secrets. So let's go ahead and see on the bottom of the deck what is being revealed to you at this time. 10 Cups, but I didn't shuffle that. I didn't shuffle that good enough. Hold on. But I do feel that's relevant, to be honest with you. Because the High Priestess, that's like a high frequency. Like, that means like you're laid back, you're trusting your intuition, like you're surrendering more, like you're more observant. Like, she's just kind of like chilling. She's not making any moves. She's just observing. She's reading the room. She's watching her surroundings. She's clocking everything and everyone, right? So that's like the energy that you're embodying right now. But girl, why am I having a flashback right now about, have I ever told you to get a crystal ball? Or did you ask about a crystal ball at some point in time? Because this crystal ball is screaming at me right now. And it is saying she is a crystal ball reader. She divines with crystal balls. She's done it since Atlantis. Look at that. But oh my God. See, I shuffled and look what came up. The Hierophant with the High Priestess. Okay. Okay. I thought so, because like when it was screaming at me, and I'm like, I feel like I'm having deja vu. That's what it felt like. Like I was having deja vu. Like I feel like I've talked about this with her before. Oh my God, girl, I still have to get one. Yeah, you know what though, but like don't rush it. You know what this kind of feels like? It feels like one is on its way to you. That's what I want to say. It'll show up in your awareness. Don't worry, right? It'll show up in your awareness, and when you see it, you'll know, and everything will be aligned in that moment. But there's something about, you know what I mean? And I love that, because like for me, I love divining. Like I use cards for backup and stuff, but like I love divining with fire. I love the fire, that's one of my favorite ways to divine. And I just think the crystal ball is so cool. So anyways. Okay, but let me go ahead and see what else like the Hierophant. And so the Hierophant speaks of stability. It speaks of commitment, like commitment to your spiritual journey, commitment to, like your light work, to your journey, to your healing, to all the spiritual things, right? It's funny because earlier on Instagram, in my iPhone notes, I channeled out this thing about the divine feminine and how she's this like storm of the ocean and lightning. And, I don't know, you may have seen it, Emily. I don't know if you did or not, but I'm getting that lightning. Like this is what I'm getting swirling around you. You know what I mean? So basically like you have brought your inner masculine and your inner feminine, like you're utilizing your yin and your yang energy in a more balanced state. Okay. So you're not like just stuck dominantly anymore in masculine or trying to like do the most and like, cause some people try to get in their feminine too much, right? But there's this balance. Something is unlocking for you with this new moon that we're about to have, this new moon eclipse. We know eclipses they rearrange everything. They eclipse what doesn't belong and they pull in what is meant to be. This is what the eclipse is bringing for you. This is what the new moon at this time and all the things is bringing for you. Clean slate, fresh start. Done. Okay. So what this means, I'm hearing like all these little baby birds chirping, like all like baby chicks, because it speaks of springtime. And this is a baby chick that is getting ready to learn to fly. That's you. That's you. So anyways, there's that. And then let's go ahead and just see like if there's anything with like love or this. We'll just call him D. We will call him D. So happy about that. Yeah. Oh yeah. You're on a new timeline. So I'm just channeling from spirits, from source. You're on a new timeline. The priestess energy is what you're being guided to embody. Like just allow your nervous system to relax, unwind, rewire, reset, cleanse. Just make, it's like this chill, like just relax. Like I'm good. Like everything's fine. Like I'm not even worried. Okay. Like be in that energy. Something huge is unlocking here in this next level. Okay. So all I keep hearing is, and I know this sounds so like cliche, but whatever, right? Trust, 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 because it's like something is like, it's like I'm seeing like a safe, like click, 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 and then it unlocks. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. And I don't know why, but I'm also getting something about like traveling abroad. You might be traveling abroad this year and you don't even know it. You don't even know it yet. Okay, and then let's go ahead and get an oracle card for you. So, sorry guys, I know I went kind of longer, but all right. And then next is Jen. And then Janessa, Krista, and then Lola. And then we're done. Yeah, the Fool card is coming up. I mean, just in general, it's coming up for a lot of people in readings and even for the collective, which is wonderful because it indicates that it is the rebirth. You can rest assured that the rebirth is happening, that the new is here. Adventures. It's time for adventures and new beginnings and new experiences and new mystery stuff and fun and like, you know what I mean? Life has been so serious as we've been transmuting the programs of survival and detaching from the false matrix And when we detach from the false matrix, we tend to sometimes we start experiencing problems in our 3D material realm. You know, so we're like just transmuting and we're like rebuilding, basically. I hope that makes sense. I've been feeling so pulled to South Africa, but it says that it's not a safe time to travel there right now. Yeah, I probably would refrain from that. That sounds like smart advice. Okay. When something, like when you're, you know what I mean? When something is like aligned for you and you're meant to go and it's right, you won't, there won't be any resistance in the energy. You know what I mean? So that's just, it tells you right there. And I'm telling, just trust me, my love, as an oracle, as a prophetess, like don't. I mean, yeah, don't. Not, you know, so it's all good. You know, enjoy your new timeline and all the things that are aligning for you right now. And when the travel opportunity or the light work opportunity for travel is meant for you, like I said, with the click, 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 until it opens, it will align. You know. But there's a company, this guy, he reached out to me via email, and I talked about this morning in the mystery school, so I'm excited. But anyways, he owns a company that does spiritual retreats all over the world and different places, right? So he reached out to me and he was like, you know, I work with other like healers and priestesses, etc., etc. So I don't know, I'm going to set up a phone call with him and we're just going to discuss and I'm just going to see. But he's like, you can start doing like few retreats a year or whatever. But I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy, because I literally have been manifesting and I've been telling you guys, I would love to do a retreat. And I even spoke about this like not too long ago, maybe around like August or September, or for Lionsgate of 2026. So things are just aligning. And for you, Em, I'm sharing that message with you because it's a beautiful mirror and reflection in the moment of like alignment. You know what I mean? So, you know, because it would just be like for me and mine, even though it's like this company that, you know, I'm good with that because, you know, I'm good with that. So, anywho, prayers are being answered. Things are aligning, you know. And if it's a part of your light work, you're going to be divinely protected no matter what, right? So, okay. Oh my God. Look, I just literally split the deck and I just said the mirror, the reflection, and look, you got the mirror. I actually, so there's this beautiful angelic sister goddess who lives in Sedona, and I've shared her music and her sacred sounds many times here on YouTube, etc. And her name is Shakina Rose. I've been sharing her for the last 5 years with you guys, so you guys probably, some of you are like aware. But I really want to do a Sedona retreat. I want to do a Sedona retreat to go to like the crystal vortexes and like, you know, Cathedral Rock and like all these things. But but I would love to organize the retreat and then connect with Shakina, because she knows all the hot spots and places and she's so in tune. So anyways, but that's something I'm manifesting for sure. Yes, it is wild, right? So manifest, hold that vision, okay? Like you're taking flight, things are happening. But also there's something, this is coming up for different people a lot too. And for me too, even mirror work. There's some kind of, the way that I see it is like, it's a layer. We'll just call it a layer, but it's a layer that creates blurry illusion for you about yourself. So it's when you look in the mirror and you immediately start judging yourself, or you look at yourself like, you know, like I'm ugly, or, you know, I wish my nose was this or that, or, you know, I wish my boobs didn't sag, or whatever the case is, you know what I mean? But it's about doing mirror work and doing it, you know, like you're not dressed. So you're looking at yourself in the mirror. Or just start with the face, you know, and just look into your eyes and stuff for like 5 minutes. Start with like 3 to 5 minutes, just staring into your eyes. You're like, everyone who does this work, there's resistance at first. Okay. But the more you do it, you'll see. Literally, you'll start to see. And then looking into your eyes, our eyes are the universe, in case you didn't know. So our eyes, like if you look into your eyes, if they took a screenshot into your eyes with all the like colors and the dots and the, you know what I mean? That is looking into you as the universe. Like, isn't that wild? How, like, our eyes are literally windows to the soul and the universe. Like a portal. So anyways, sorry, Emily, I know I'm like carrying on, but you know, I like to teach and share and explain. Also the color purple. The color purple. What am I getting with that? The purple ray, thank you. The violet ray, thank you. The violet ray. So there's something about like working with the violet ray, meaning I call in the violet ray, I call in the divine keepers of the violet flame, of the violet ray. I shield myself in the violet ray. They're saying like basically this is going to be very beneficial for you to work with right now, okay? Also, because we were getting so much of that Syrian family of light, you know, coming through and connecting with Syrian energy, the Sirius Star Nation. I was seeing you lit up. I was seeing you as a blue ray. I've never seen that before. So I was seeing you lit up with blue. Archangel Michael is, you know, it's like the blue ray order of the Syrians. This is like Yeshua's blue ray. Mother Mary is a blue ray. Like, okay. So that's what I'm seeing with you. And as a blue ray, you can use your own blue ray energy to protect yourself and heal yourself and shield. You know what I mean? It's so cool. So welcome to the blue ray energy. Oh my God, look. I picked up the cards because I wanted to confirm. I wanted to get more about this whole Syrian blue ray. Like, is Erica just a liar and she's making up some woo-woo crap? Or is it for real? We know I'm not, but you know what I mean. Oh my God, and we've been on the live for 144 minutes right now. It's 144 on the live. Okay, so here's your answer. It flipped right over. The biggest yes you can possibly get. Okay? Blu-ray, it's a real playa. Blu-rays. But you know what? Blu-rays have we go through hell. The Blu-ray, it's there. Everyone has their thing, but like, yeah. Anywho, another talk for another time. But yeah, this is an indefinite, like, yup, absolutely. Now the star card also matches the colors. Look at that. Look at the sun. Look at the yellow. Look at the new. Look at the yes. Look at the happy. Look at the joy. Look at the light returning. Okay? Okay, but you had to be cracked open. That lightning bolt hurt. Okay? But it got you here and here. Okay? And then look at the bottom of the deck. There it is. See, and there's something about the self-love with the Empress. I'm telling you, the mirror work. This is the kind of stuff that we're going to, like, you know, be bringing to other people in the generations and stuff, right? So, you know, how I healed myself and really empowered myself more and like totally fell madly in love with myself was by doing mirror work. Okay. So there you go. Something about the new moon. This new moon, it's very, what did I say earlier? Didn't I say I think the new moon is magnetic or whatever? And then we have this magnetic energy here. The Empress, she's just like out there by herself in the middle of the forest with all this fiery flame around her. So you have a lot of passion burning. The frequency, you've definitely leveled up frequency-wise, okay? You are coming out as like that wounded warrior energy. And then as far as like, you know, you know what, do you know, your guides literally, as soon as I want to ask about D, your guides, like, an arm went like this, like, no. Because it's almost like they don't, we'll see, we'll check the temp real quick, but they're like, she's going through a radical rebirth and transformation. The last thing she needs right now is someone coming in and jacking it up while she's anchoring and integrating all this into the new timeline in her life. Okay? So that's kind of your guidance. Focus on self, see? And I know that's what you've been doing. I get it. But, all right. Show me the energy around D and Emily. I just heard I'm not enough. He's battling. So this guy's like whoever he is, right? Like he's like battling his insecurities. I'm not enough. So he puts you on a pedestal, which that's what the masculine does with a divine feminine, with a true divine feminine. So your energy, your frequency right now, because you guys have a soul tie, energetic tie, like strong, you know what I mean? So right now, your fire is burning bright. The embers, it's hot. And you're sending those waves of energy out into, so he's feeling that. He's feeling this like, whew, like, oh God, like she, you know, it feels very like magnetic and, you know, like almost like I'm being like called or pulled to her. Okay. This is happening for a lot of feminines right now, by the way. A lot of divine feminines right now. And it doesn't, you could be calling in a total, like someone you've never met before. I'm seeing a lot of that. There's a lot of beautiful soul connections just out of nowhere clicking into place. But anyways, yeah, so I see him like kind of struggling. So let me ask. Basically, your vibration is kind of pushing him to, you know, open up more and heal. Does that mean that you guys will be together? No, it just means that's a part of what you guys are meant to do for each other anyways. Emily says, I feel that. Okay, perfect. So the Ace of Cups just came out. Okay, so feel in the emotion, feel in the depth, this is soul. This is coming from the soul. But the Ace of Cups is self-love first and foremost. And when it flew out, it like kind of flew over here, like, right? Like, so it's, again, it's the heart is opening and activating. So this person, their heart is opening and activating. Your energy is actually pulling it up. So he's kind of like feeling like a lot of masculines, they feel like they don't have a choice, right? They don't have a choice. They do, but they don't. The heart is opening. And that's why I heard what I heard, because it's like, you know, the heart is opening, but the struggle is there, you know, just like we all do. So that's where I see it right now. Yeah, see, the Tower. Again, it's, and the, okay, so there you go. They're literally in a tower. Their life, there's a tower happening within them. That's the best way I can put it. And it's because the heart is opening. The Strength card does not come out unless there's heart activation happening or some kind of thing happening. Or that has happened, right? So anyways, I have to end this, my love. I went like way longer, but my throat is starting to really bother me like bad. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna have to step away, you guys, because I have to go. Clear my nose. Yes. Purple Violet Flame is my Saint Germain connection. Beautiful. And then Blue Ray Beings, Yeshua and Krishna. Anyway, so I hope that helped you, love. Sorry, I was just trying to catch up and read the comments real fast too. Anyways, all right. So Den, and then Janessa, and then Krista, and then Lola. All right, cool. So anyways, lots of love, sweetheart. I hope that helps. But you know. For everyone here, like we you know, like divine counterparts that have helped awaken us, activate us, whether it's twin flame or past life soulmate. And even like, those are divine counterparts though, but like sometimes karmic soulmates obviously awaken us too through trauma, through pain, through very hard lessons. But most of the souls that are here right now in this live or the playback or on this channel, most of you guys were awakened, like you had some heavy activation with another soul, basically. Maybe it wasn't your initial awakening, but maybe it was another part of your awakening that activated you. That's what happened with me and my twin. I was already awakening for like 4 years. And then when we met, it was like insane. Like my awakening for the first 4 years was very gradual, very slow, you know, 2016 to 2020. And at the end of 2020, I met like my twin, and then that just like that activated me like crazy, and now here we are, you know what I mean? So why was I talking about that? Oh, Emily was talking about like your person and stuff. So helpful and so beautiful message. Thank you so much, sister. You're so welcome. You're so welcome, love. All right. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Sorry. About the activation. So if you have a counterpart that like was a really powerful activation, or you just, you know what I mean? For a lot of people, there is going to be some type of balancing harmony, some type of something where it brings like a clarity for you. Okay. It may not be, oh, we're going to be together, but it's a clarity that will help for many. I keep seeing it. So anywho, okay. Moving on. Let me go clear my nose real quick. So sorry, guys. But I definitely was not going to like bring tissues and like be blowing my nose on the live. I feel like it's bad enough that I even ate a few of my little rice cakes and crunched in your ears, even though I chew gum all the time. You guys are used to that, but all right. I hope and Emily, I hope your mom enjoys her message and her reading too. I don't know if you heard her message, but she was right before you, actually, on the list. So it was really good. And you might be able to help her with some of the healing stuff that came through for her. Okay. Oh my God, that's so funny. So girl, we were just on the same wave. We were just telepathically like on the same wave talking to each other. Yeah, you know, so here's the thing with karma and mothers. Okay, we specifically choose our parents very carefully and for very important reasons. And a part of our journey is unlocking and discovering those reasons, right? To heal something, to balance something, to unify something, to bring love and forgiveness to things where there's been, you know what I mean? So anyways, you, Emily, are your mother's teacher. You're the curse breaker. You are the teacher to both your parents. You chose them so you could teach them, so they could learn from you, especially your mom. Okay, you're helping her remember. She's being more activated by you, being around you, talking with you, all these things. Okay, so this is all a part of it. So anyways, but I just want to make that clear. Us generational curse breakers, we specifically chose, but like the mother bond, there's a lot of karma always with the curse breaker and the mother. Both parents probably, right? But the mother karma is very profound. You know, so I would look up more about the karmic bonds of mother and child. Like look it up in like, you know, oh my God, now my mind's going like the ancient Indian, like read more about the karmic bonds, like in why do I want to say like Ayurvedic practices, but I can't think of the word. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to say like Buddhist practice, but why can't I think of the name of it? I keep wanting to say Muslim, but it's not Muslim. Anyways, moving on. But just looking into like the karmic contracts of like the child and the mother bond. The karma is usually pretty thick and pretty ancient a lot of times too. So Hinduism. Yes, Hinduism. Thank you, Janessa. Thank you so much. Yes, Hinduism. Looking at like, you know what I mean? Their philosophies, like the Hindu philosophies of karma, the karmic connection of mother and child, especially. So anyways, okay. Yeah, I'm honored I love that answer. I'm honored to do that. Yeah, absolutely. Same thing with my mom. Same thing with my mom. And it's really hard because it's like they're our parent. So it's like really weird for them to have this role reversal through an awakening and be like, oh shit, actually, I'm the student and they're my teacher. And ever since they were born, they've been teaching me actually. I guess it's time for me to pay attention. You know, that's kind of how it is for our parents. And it's not easy, you know, especially if there's a lot of control and like ego stuff and like, you know what I mean? But that's why we are the curse breaker, because we hold a frequency and can anchor a frequency that dissolves that, calms it, soothes it. You know what I mean? And then we can approach from a more loving space that is more receptible for them to receive. So anyways, yeah, we're all pretty magical around here. All right, Den. So sorry, Den. It's time for your reading. Okay, so I love you, Em. Thank you so much, sweetheart. Sorry, guys. I'm like talking fast because I'm like really short of breath. But I'm like, I just want to finish this live. It's like, I'm not going to do another live or continue another live. I had to step away from my parents and I always question if I made the right decision. It's so tough. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I mean. The karmic connection. And some people, it doesn't go that far, right? Like where you actually have to like cut, like you have to disconnect, like you have to have, like they can't be in your life. And I've worked with a lot of people and I have friends that they absolutely had to do that too. They absolutely had to do that. Like they don't even talk to their own parents. Like they are not a part of their existence anymore. You know? That's really hard. So my heart is, you know, that's hard. Because you're more, it's like, it's the way that like, that it's come through before, like when I'm working with my clients and stuff, where they've had to detach in these ways, it's because you're literally, it's a death. It's a death. So you're literally mourning and grieving the fact that they're, you know. And so, I don't know, but you know what we can do no matter what? And this is what I always say, is like, we can like certain, like from my, for my family, oh my God, even talking about it is riling up my chest, making me want to cough again because it's my heart chakra, you know, and my lungs in there. But like my family has very intense, very heavy, very, very heavy, like wet blanket heavy on the energy field, kind of like the way I see it of our family, like the webbing of our family connections and things and soul connections. There's just so much heaviness there, you know. And it's made me really disconnect from like extended family, like going to family functions and things like that, you know, but I've never had to cut anyone off. But a good visual, you know, is just seeing like your parents or your family and like kind of see them like around you, like all standing around you, like in a room, you know, and then, you know, see like white light, like beams of white light. So like a beam of white light comes from like your heart chakra or your solar plexus, and it attaches to your father, and then a white beam attaches from your father to your mother. And then eventually everyone's connected by the white light beams, right? Indicating that you're all connected in like you're all connected, like, you know, on a soul level. And so then what I do is, excuse me, I just send love and, you know, forgiveness and compassion, and kind of like that energy through, and I send it through the light beams, right? So this is an exercise. This is a practice. This is not something that I took from someone else, or this is something that came from my spirit guides like Isis, Mary Magdalene. They showed me this technique to help with these kinds of situations. Okay. And if it's someone in particular that you just really want to, because like the way that you truly cut cords is by fulfilling a soul contract. Like that's how you like, right? But you can, like you can send energy through that dissolves the resistance or dissolves anxiousness or evil eye or things like that, right? So like I said, with the beams attaching, like the light beams, like lightsabers, but like white light, like everyone's connected though. So you start sending that beautiful energy through, and it just kind of, it tones it down. It tones it down. And oftentimes when people do this, like let's say they still interact with family members, but they've done this exercise, right? You just light them up. You light them up because you're not like, but I think I forgot to say this, but the first thing we always want to do is we want to be in accordance with divine law and free will, right? So we want to tune in first, and we want to ask the higher selves, can I do this? Is this okay to do? Is this, you know, and the higher selves of these people will always be like, absolutely, yes, please. Or they might say no, nope, sorry, access denied right now. Another time maybe. And that's fine too. So anyways, I'm just here to, you know, spill the tea and bring forth as much healing for you guys as I possibly can. That's what we're here to do, you know, especially in these times. So that's one way to bring a lot of light. It's a light immersion. So you're flooding the field of your family and all of your energy connections with everyone. You're flooding it with light. You're flooding it with compassion. You're flooding it with appreciation. You're flooding it with things that with feelings and energy that you probably very rarely receive from these people, but you send it to them, right? So anyways, just FYI. Okay. All right, cool. Okay. All right. Sorry, Den. But you know, like I said, this is like a high vibrational pillar of light lifestyle channel. You know what I mean? We talk about healing techniques. We talk about food. We talk about cooking. We talk about all the things. All right. So, Den, are you still here, hun? I mean, he doesn't have to be here, but. All right. So, I'm just going to start tuning in with Den's energy. Hold on. Whew. Very interesting. All right. So, Den, immediately where I'm taken, immediately your higher self, your soul, your Akash, immediately took me to the Himalayas, and Tibet, so this area, okay? And then immediately I saw you as a monk, but it's like ancient monk, like an ancient monk. So I don't know if you have this, I don't know if you feel your connection to the Himalayas. Obviously this is a very powerful mountain range, etc., or place. It's one of, like, you know, It's very important, like energy, ley lines and portals and all kinds of very powerful stuff there. A lot of healing magic, a lot of healing within the Himalayas, within the lands there, etc. Okay. Wow. Okay, so this is going to sound so weird, but I'm seeing that, like, so you were like straight, like you were like, okay, like you, this is a lifetime where you mastered, okay, so this is a lifetime that's going to, this is a lifetime that is supposed to open up more for you, that you're supposed to be able to receive more from and tune in with more. Okay. Because there's a lot of really sacred information that you hold within yourself from this lifetime, because this lifetime was a lifetime dedicated purely to spirituality and healing and ascension, like going into blissed out states of consciousness, astral travel, like all the things. Like, this is not like, this is like, you were a very, it's like, it's very spiritual monk, very guru, very, and then what I was seeing literally was, I see you sitting like cross-legged, like this monk, okay? And you're sitting literally on a cliff on the mountains of the Himalayas, and the drop below you terrifies me. It is like, if you're gone, like it is the longest drop I've ever seen. But you're sitting there. You mastered absolute stillness on the edge of this effing cliff. That's what I'm being shown. This version of you, this lifetime of you, is like coming through and saying, like, remember your mastery. Unlock it. Like, it's unlocking, but like, remember your mastery. So, I don't know. Okay? Like, this is a very modest, humble lifetime, by the way. Like, you know, like, your whole life was dedicated to spiritual enlightenment and ascension, basically. I don't know exactly when this was. They're just saying a long time ago. That's like exactly how I just heard it. A long time ago. And then what they just said was, it was a long time ago, but it was a long time ago. And then I heard, yeah, before the invaders. Now, another interesting thing that's coming through from this lifetime or whatever is I think there's a movie called this, but anyways, 40 days and 40 nights. I don't know. Is that in the Bible or something? Is that like the fasting for Jesus or something? I don't know. Because it's like ringing a bell. But anyways, that's what I literally saw. So I saw, like, you sat on that cliffside for 40 days and 40 nights, and you fasted and you meditated and you, like, it. I mean, this is the most hardcore, like, this is like the most hardcore spiritual dedication I think I've ever come across here. This is wonderful. But anyway, so I don't know if that rings a bell for you or how much that resonates for you. 40 days in the desert for Jesus. Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So, you know, there must be something, this is high mysticism, high priest, you know, alchemical kind of stuff, meaning, like, nothing is an accident. So you know, the 40 days, 40 nights for Yeshua, that there was some kind of very specific reason why it was 40 days, 40 nights. So the number 4 amplified with the 0. What is the 4? What is the context of all that? What was he anchoring? What was he grounding? What was he purging? So there's like all this stuff connected to it. Same thing with this monk thing here. So anyways, it did bring you into a really high level of enlightenment, by the way. So, you know, honestly, this is so crazy because I've never had this happen before. But like a lot of us that came here, like we didn't have to come back. We chose to come back. We did not have to come back, right? Anyways, so like I see that in this lifetime, you did ascend. Your spiritual enlightenment and your devotion to enlightenment was so strong. I see when you transitioned, like, you know, you didn't have to come back here either, basically. Like, you chose to come back here. Like, it was like, you don't gotta go, like, you know, but you're like, no, I want to. So anyways, okay, let's get a card for you. And then after that is Janessa. So let's see here. Oh my God, we've been on for what, 3 hours? Oh my gosh. Okay. Honestly though, you guys, it just always goes by so fast. Like, I can, you know, I can't believe it's been 3 hours. Oh my gosh, I never went and blowed my nose. That's just, I hate sniffling. All right, a message please for Jen. Devotion. I literally just talked all about this monk incarnation, past life. This was before the Roman Empire. That's what they just said. This is like a few hundred years before the Roman Empire. That's exactly what just came through. So I don't know, like when, you know, I know the Roman Empire or whatever was like, it started its rise in like the, you know, BC, right? But anyways, okay. Devotion. So there could be some kind of like divine union, partnership, something. There could be something about the ballet. This card always reminds me, well, first of all, it's confirmation of what I just channeled for you as far as your spiritual, like being a devotee of spiritual enlightenment, mysticism, all those things. So for me, it's just more confirmation, but definitely something here like really beautiful. Some kind of alchemical dance between your own inner feminine and masculine. It looks like things are balancing. It looks like, you know what I mean? But this could also be literal, like devotion with another soul. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Woo! The Daughter of Cups. Yeah. Okay. So there could be definitely, it feels like love. Like it feels like something. So I don't know, like what, you know, if you're in a relationship, so basically like if you are in a partnership, then the love, something is expanding and love is going to flow more easily and, you know, things like that. But if not, then, you know, this is just, it's some kind of partnership here. Some kind of new beginning in love. All right. And then I'm also hearing do what you love. Do what you love. So I don't know what that means. But do what you love. Okay, yeah. See, Ace of Wands, do what you love. Do what you're passionate about. But see, there is some kind of powerful new beginning here. Like it's just passion ignites. Like, you know, it's like the feeling of like when you meet someone and you just like hit it off and it's just like it flows and like there's all this excitement running through you. That's how it feels. That's what I'm receiving right now. So I don't know what this is all about, but that's what I've got. Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Dan. I apologize, but when I go into past life energy and I connect with your higher self and your soul and your records, like literally I have no idea where I'm going to be taken to and what's going to come through. So it's always quite the experience. Okay. So, and then next is Janessa, and then Krista, and then Lola. Okay, cool. And then I get to like eat food. I don't know what I want to order. Or make. Because, like I said, that fried chicken and those fried pork chops sound so good right now. Maybe I'll make fried pork chops. That sounds pretty damn good. Anyways, okay. Janessa, sorry, Janessa. At the end of mine, if there's time, can you see if anything comes through about Travis? That name, oh my gosh. Or if new love is coming. That name, Travis. I'm seeing that name everywhere. Travis. So weird, but like I know that's a sync for you, but also like it's been a sync for other people too. And like I know someone, you know, that would like he's a good friend of my twin flame, but he dated my best friend, and that's his name too. So anyways, I don't want to say too much because yeah, I know people be watching. I see you. Anyways. But it's just funny. You're like, anyways, it's been coming up a lot. So hopefully that's another sign for you too. You know what I mean? Like, are you seeing that name everywhere? Are you seeing that his name everywhere kind of a thing? Usually when that happens, it's because that person is thinking of you nonstop. They're sending you all those signals. So anyways, just a little FYI. Okay. I will just tell you real fast, love, because you know me, like, I sees it from a very higher perspective and I feel it, you know, for usually when I feel, whatever I feel is what I, like, it's not like what I'm feeling, I am usually feeling what someone is literally feeling, right? So, he's been in my head constantly. We split up almost 2 years ago. Yeah, so what I was seeing was like, or what I was receiving was like that this person, like, you know, like, I guess is like a nice guy. Okay, like, you know, like people see him as like a nice guy, like, or good guy kind of a thing, you know what I mean? But what I see, and yes, this is true kind of, right? But like what I'm seeing is just, there's this, like, they just hold a lot of like they're their own worst enemy, I guess is the best way I could describe it or say it. A lot of self-sabotaging behavior is what I want to say. You know, like you just make choices that you know you don't really want or that don't really feel right, but you just do it anyways, kind of a thing. Like it's very 5 of Swords. So I don't know. I mean, I could be picking up on energy from when you guys were together, but this is just overall like what I see in their energy kind of a thing. So let me pull on that real quick since the energy is just like right here anyways. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry for my sniffling. Okay. Okay. For Janessa, please, can you tell me a little bit about this person she's inquiring about? This masculine energy. He's coming through to her a lot. What are his thoughts and feelings at this time, please? I just heard worried. Okay, worried. I don't know. King of Wands. Knight of Swords. Father of Pentacles. But that doesn't feel, that it feels like, no, that's not a part. Like this is what we need right here. Let's go ahead. Let me clarify that real fast. Oh my God. Didn't I literally say his energy is giving me 5 of Swords energy? Spirit just forced my hand to split the deck like that. And look what it was. 5 of Swords. So I don't know like what the deal is or if you guys ever talk or if there's ever been communication. Janessa says, thank you. I feel like I was guided to leave him even though it's not necessarily what I wanted. And I question if I really was getting those messages from the divine and did the right thing. Yes, you did. Okay. Yeah, so what I want to say to you, what your spirit guides actually want to say to you, and you might actually get literal messages that say this to you literally, but rejection is protection. You know that saying, rejection is protection. So there was some kind of energetic whatever imbalance with you guys in the past. You being you, who's sensitive to energy and people's behaviors and pattern recognition and all those things. That's why you said nope, bam, okay? And of course, yeah, it was difficult, but you did, yeah, you did. Okay, so the energy that I just see is very, it's what your spirit guides are saying to me in this moment, if I'm being very literal and frank. Literally, they're saying nothing has changed over here. Like nothing has really changed over here. Meaning this person, we have the King of Wands, which, you know, we know how the King of Wands energy can be. He can be wonderful. He can be absolutely charming and charismatic, and he's handsome and he's funny and he's all these beautiful things. But he also, you know, in his shadow side, it's very different. And then I see this, the Son of Swords, where this is like the Knight of Swords, where there was, what I'm receiving is like this person, they lack, within themselves, there's a lack or an ability, like they lack the ability to, there's a lack of compassion, true compassion. There's walls up. Basically, if someone is meant to come back around, they will. But this, I want to pull, can I pull on something different? Can I pull on something different for you? Because there's someone else. There's an energy here. It's almost like your spirit guides really don't want to talk about this person, if I'm being honest. But, you know, like I said, people can awaken, people can change, people can heal. You know, but, you know, what I see is there's not a whole lot going on as far as that goes, right? Yeah, sounds about right. You're so on point. Yes, about once a month, but have kept my boundaries. Okay, so you guys, yeah, because I was kind of getting that like communication, but the communication kind of always leaves you feeling like this, 5 Pentacles. Like, it's like when you do communicate, for some reason, at the end of it, you always feel kind of like something, like, it wasn't, you know what I mean? I don't know, but, listen, it's quite, you know, one time when I was younger, because, you know, I grew up, I'm the only girl, I'm the oldest, and then I had 2 brothers. One, my youngest brother, he's now in heaven, one of my angels, and then I have my other brother, who was like the middle brother. And then one day, so my Adrian, my middle brother, like we were just talking or whatever, and I think I was talking about like one of my girlfriends, and like something, like a problem she was, or maybe she was with us at the time and she was like talking to him. I don't know, because I've never been like this, but all my girlfriends were. You know, like, what did I, because like when a guy pulls away, or when they're avoidant, or when they're not fully like open and receptive and vulnerable and like coming from the heart and stuff, you know what I mean? Like it always triggers the abandonment in the woman he's dating or the woman he's with, right? Where she's like, what did I do? And like, oh my gosh. And then she yearns, and there's always this like weird, because there's this unfinished whatever, right? You know, especially if it's karmic, and this does feel karmic. It's like a soulmate that was intense. It was, I see a lot of passion between you guys. I see it all. Like, that was really not easy for you to do, and to choose yourself. And remember that the universe favors the brave. That's what we're here to do. Every single human on the planet, we came here to evolve, not to stay stuck, not to dim ourselves, not to be with a-holes and users and abusers or whatever, right? So you learned the lesson. You did in that moment when you chose yourself. You ascended higher because you learned the soul lesson. You see? So anyways, so I hope that helps and all the things. But I did want to pull just real quick on this other energy. Okay, and then after Janessa is Krista. So Krista, I hope you don't mind, but like I just, like, your reading ended up just being more like a love reading for this, but I want to pull on this other energy for you. I I don't know why I'm hearing South Dakota and Minnesota. I have no clue if those even, like, you might be like, no idea. That's okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. But you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Yeah. Here we go. 6 of Cups. There it is. I knew it. This is a soulmate. This is a past life soulmate. Someone you are deeply rooted and connected to on a soul level. Look at those roots. Look, this is a full-grown tree. This is not a baby tree. It's not it's not just sprouting. These are roots that are deep in your histories. This right here is more of the real deal, okay? This appears after the painful cycles are completed, the karma is learned, you know, all that stuff, right? So give me one more on this, please. I am never wrong. I'm just, oh my God. Okay, bottom of the deck. Blue butterflies are going to be a confirmation. If you start seeing blue butterflies everywhere, okay, like in tarot cards, people talking about them, in pictures, in wherever, the blue butterfly is connected to this connection. This is what divine counterpart energy looks like. Do you see the difference between this and then the cards that came out for that other guy? It was King of Wands, and it's 444 here in California. See, the angels got your back. You know what I mean? So there it is. I've been getting a message. They were sending my kingdom spouse soon. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, this is that energy here. So, and blue's my favorite color, so they're already signed for me. Oh my gosh. Wonderful, wonderful. But yeah, there you go. See? The geese also, the geese for me always represents divine counterpart energy. So if you see the pairs of geese or specific moments of geese or the geese in the cards, etc. Okay? But yeah, there it is. There it is. And you know, I feel like this might be aligning more around Gemini season, June, July, like Gemini Cancer season. There it is, Queen of Cups. Yeah, there's something big in love happening here, but it's still like, you know, building or whatever. So, but that is what I've got for you, love. Okay. That's really neat about the confirmation too, and like the meaning of your name and just blue being your favorite color. Like, see, everything always lines up at some point or confirms, you know. Okie dokie. Next is Krista. So I'm going to go ahead and again, thank you, Janessa, and thank you to everyone. And you guys can hear my voice now. Like, my voice is starting to really give out on me. So I'm glad that we're almost done. All right. So Krista, as I'm tuning in with your energy, as soon as I took that exhale, that breath that I just took, which that's why I often will take breaths when I'm channeling or tuning in, because I don't know, it strengthens and clears my channels all at once. But immediately I was taken to, like, I don't know, like, I guess it's like Norway, okay? I'm also seeing ties like Norway, Sweden. I am getting Norwegian. Norwegian is coming through so strongly. So, the Vikings. That's where I was taken to immediately, was the Vikings. And it literally, it's giving me like the show, The Vikings. I don't know if you've ever seen that or if you're a fan of that. I'm also, the wolf. The wolf is coming through for you, okay? At first, I saw like a dark gray wolf, and then it transformed into a black wolf, and then it transformed into a white wolf. So the wolf spirit guides are very, like, those are your strong protectors and guides. They connect all the way back to, like, whatever this lifetime, this connection to the Vikings, or just in that time. Okay. So I'm kind of seeing like, I'm just kind of being shown bits and pieces, right? So I'm seeing like you actually like, it's like you're like a wife, right? And so I see that your husband is like, he's like, right, the provider, the protector, and he's more like the Viking warrior. He's like one of those guys. And you're like the wife, so you're like cooking and stuff. So so that's, I mean, it's kind of like not like the show The Vikings, because the wife, like, I forget her name, the main character, one of the main characters, but she was like a total badass, like warrior. You had that in you. So I'm using that more for like visual context, you know, like to have an idea of what I'm kind of seeing. But I do see you have like long, you have beautiful, thick, long blonde hair, bright blue eyes, very beautiful looking, very beautiful skin, very just beautiful, very pretty. But also this feels like a very suppressed lifetime for you. You were very suppressed because like I just said, there is this warrior, like that's who you are on a soul level. You are a warrior. And I do see a little boy and little girl. So you were a mom. You guys had kids, a boy and a girl. But you know what? This is coming through, and this is saying to you in this moment, like there's something about just connecting with this part of you, this lifetime, and really loving, sending love to her, and then like connecting with her, because I feel like I'm being shown this lifetime. It's a mirror, and oftentimes that's what the Akashic keepers, the guides, that's what they do. They take lifetimes that you know, other lifetimes, and then it's a mirror to stuff and experiences and things from this current lifetime. That's how the healing happens. So they're like, in this lifetime, you were very suppressed. There's a lot of like, how do I say this? Sexual trauma, okay, from this connection with this husband of yours. It's like he was like a nice person, but then he would drink sometimes, and he would be aggressive, sexually, okay? So anyways, that's, I don't want to, I can't, again, I have to be careful with what I say here, but this is a feeling that's coming through from this lifetime, okay, where it really hurt you because you felt used and abused. You felt like a dirty rag, just a towel, you know, that you could just be just like, you were just, it was a very suppressed lifetime, where I'm just going to say that, I'm going to leave it there. And now you have this portal, this access point that now you can go into and go, okay, let me go into this lifetime. Let me sit with this. Let me meditate. Let me tune in. Let me ask for more. Let me see more. Let me heal more. So you got to connect with you in this lifetime, and you got to bring healing to her here, to each other. It's like you're going to help each other heal. Okay? Because I feel like a lot of what she felt in that lifetime, you have felt in this lifetime. Okay? And also that's the same feelings that have rippled out through many women and even probably men in your bloodlines. So this is a big karmic knot, and this is a big access point of generational healing and clearing. Okay. And to honor yourself, and to bring that piece of you that's been hurt and wounded and been like treated like shit by some guy that she was married to, some Viking warrior, when she's a badass warrior herself. Like, we got to bring some love to her. We got to let her know that, you know, she didn't deserve that, and that he was indeed an asshole, and right? Like, we got to honor that and bring her back into our heart and be like, you're good now, sister. You ain't got to worry about that no more. Right? Okay. So, anyways. I'm so happy. I love all the red roses with the big pink heart balloon. I just love roses. I love they just make me so happy. And peonies. I mean, honestly, I love all flowers, but Like if someone was to send me flowers, I'm definitely not like a flower snob, you know, like that, but I do have my preference. So anyways, okay, for Krista. Perfect timing too, because I'm ending and it's like almost 5 o'clock here. So it's like dinner time almost. Challenge. All right, Krista. I love this. I always love this card. And then look at that. Desire is on the bottom of the deck. I'm hearing that song. It's a song. It's one of my favorite songs ever of all time. But the song is by Rick James and Tina Marie. And it's Fire and Desire. If you know, you know. Fire and desire. Right? I was just thinking the setup is so cute. Oh, thank you so much. Alchemy with Ashley. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. Definitely got a lot of rose frequency and rose healing and rose essence and all the good vibes going on for sure. Anyways, this Kundalini fire. Okay, girlfriend. This could be a call to action, like where you're being, it's like you have this, it's like make your move. Okay, but it's like strategy. What do I want to do? It's about like thinking. I don't know what it is. I don't know what this is for you. Okay, but they're like, it's all right. Like if you make your move, you can go ahead and make your move now. Now this also might be connecting to someone that you've connected to, you know, who maybe has been feeling challenged to make a move, possibly. That's kind of floating around in the energy too. Okay. But also, you know what I'm getting here, and this is more of like a divine soul message for you, is the alchemy that's happening right now. There's a lot of kundalini. Okay, so there's a lot of fire, like fire. It's passionate, fiery energy, but it's the fire that burns within you. And this is your inner feminine and masculine. This right here for me, this card, the energy of it is like, what's the word? Hieros-Gamos. It's Hieros-Gamos union. You know what I mean? When your crown has activated, the energy centers are flowing, you've reawakened, and then you have your Kundalini activation, fire is rising, like there's a lot moving through you energetically. You're no longer this person that you've been your whole life. You are this very enlightened being now. Like it's like that. So a lot of souls are going to be, because a lot of people on earth right now, their awakening started with the crown chakra. Some people, it started in the lower, in the Kundalini, in the root, and in the low. But most people, they had the activation through the crown. And so now they'll start as time goes on and they anchor more in and they, are ready. They'll also have their Kundalini big activation too. So anyways, that might resonate for you also. But definitely something like, something going on here. All right. You know what I'm getting to? Judgment for sure. Heck yeah, this confirms what I was just going to say. So what I was going to just say is that, you've been waiting to make moves because of the challenges, I guess. And so like spirit is like, okay, like now is the time now where you can start making those moves. It's like you surrendered, basically. You surrendered. Mine started through the crown also. Yeah, see, exactly. Yeah, mine did too. My awakening started with the crown. Most of us, I think. But anyways, it doesn't matter because at some point it all activates and balances out. You know what I mean? So, but you have judgment. This is one of the most powerful cards in the deck. This is a moment of absolute resurrection. This is the phoenix rising from the ashes. This is you rising from, your fiery flame and rising back up, so beautiful. Okay, I mean, this could be like resurrection of, like an ancient bond or soul connection as well. I am hearing something about the month of April. They keep pulling me April. So I don't know what the heck is April about. I don't know. But they're highlighting April. So it feels like maybe through the rest of February and March, you're integrating. The waves of energy are flowing through. You're integrating. You're preparing, you're anchoring, you're, you know, doing all these things because we literally are just starting the fire horse. So we're literally shaking off the shit and tail end of the snake. So it's the in-between phase, right? Like, so we don't, you know, we just step into the fire horse and then go, you know, it's like that. So anyways, okay. So, so I'm hoping all of that connected and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just tuning in to see if anything else wants to come in, so sorry. And just an FYI, that lifetime, like the Viking stuff and like that person that was like your husband, that's a soulmate. That's a karmic soulmate that like you've encountered in this lifetime too. So probably someone you dated or were with. And this person would have been very controlling. This person would have been probably very jealous. Like this person really like wanted to like dim you. Okay. So whoever that was or is or whatever, that person, you've truly healed a lot from that. And so it's like it's basically, it's just like they're letting you know, like it's dissolved, it's done. That's what I see anyways. So that is what I've got. Okay. Thank you so much. And then, last but not least is Lola, beautiful Lola. So thank you so much, Krista. All right. Whew, and then beautiful Lola. La, 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 Lola. I haven't said that in so long. But I'm going to start doing live streams. Like, I'm not going to do like live readings for everyone all the time, like when I go live. But I want to start going live more just in general. Like I want to start doing like, you know, like maybe like a live like clearing or healing or just doing live readings, like just collective messages, tapping into stuff, hanging out with you guys. I used to do that a lot for the first like 3 years when I had my, you know, as I started my YouTube channel. But the last like 2 years, oh my gosh, you know, year of the dragon, year of the snake. If you know, you know, right? So the last 2 years, it just was not the moment. It was not the time. And so now we're all coming back up for air, right? So anyways, I want to go live more. I want to get back to the basics, but in a new higher vibrational way, basically. Okay, so I don't think Lola is on the live anymore. I think she was earlier, but what's up, Sagey boy? I'm talking to my kitty. He's laying in his little house. The last 2 years, few. Yeah. Absolutely. So anyways, okay. I'm like, you know, never mind. I'm just going to read for Lola and then we'll be done. I'm like, because I keep forgetting that I never got up to clear my nose. So anyways, my beautiful Lola, just going to clear the energy a little bit. Just tune in. Okay, so all right. Okay, so I'm being shown a very specific lifetime here for you, Lola. So in this lifetime, I want to say it's about. It's funny because everything's kind of coming through. Like I would say it's probably like 1600s ish. Okay, 1600s. And I see you actually look kind of similar to how you look in this lifetime, I guess. Like your current lifetime. Which I've talked about that before. We definitely have had lifetimes. Okay, especially if it's like the same bloodline, right? Like, right? It's the genetics. It's, you know, so I've seen like lifetimes, other lifetimes where people have looked similar to exactly what they look like right now. You know what I mean? So, and you're a healer, but you're a nurse. Okay, so you, whatever, I don't know like the term for it, but they're saying she was a nurse. I don't know if it's like a midwife or I don't know, a healer though, you know. And so you were hired. So I'm seeing that you lived in England. You lived in England. You were not married. This was a lifetime where excuse me for saying this. You were, hold on. I gotta block somebody real fast. All right, there we go. Excuse me, biatch, don't come into my channel, my live, and tell me what to do. I'm just kidding. You were, okay, so I'm just gonna say everything how it's coming through. You were contracted and paid by certain ships' captains. So you were like a nurse healer that was hired to go aboard ships and to take care of the crew and the men, and like if they get sick or they get a cut or they need stitches or whatever the case, right? So that was like a part of your job is what I see here, okay? And the reason why this last lifetime here is coming through is because this is a lifetime where you never returned home from the ship. So there's trauma here around the ocean, being lost at sea, because you guys got lost at sea, and this was not uncommon. Like this kind of stuff happened all the time, okay? They're showing me like food rationing, not enough water, dehydration. Everything just went really bad. And it was just like, it was super scary because it's like you're floating on this big wooden, like, you know, ship, just kind of knowing like if we don't find land or someone doesn't find us, this is it. So it's coming face to face with your own mortality, essentially. And the men on the ship, the captain, the crew, they're sailors. So their mentality is, of course, hope for the best, but, you know, expect the worst kind of a thing. So I'm like, there's so much fear here in this lifetime. There's so much panic. You were scared shitless, okay? And I get it because I'm feeling exactly what you were feeling in this lifetime as this healer nurse who just like gets paid, you know, to go, you know, be a little nurse on the ship, you know, for certain trips and things. And now you're lost at sea and your life is over. So this right here is a lifetime. This is a big one, Lola. This is a big one. This, for whatever reason, I mean, you've probably had a million other horrific lifetimes and things happen in lifetimes, but this messed with you mentally. This was like a mind fuck, you know, and I can't even imagine how many souls are walking the earth that have these experiences, being lost at sea, or you're on the ship. And I've channeled this in many Akashic readings before. There's been like people who've been just like a passenger on a ship, or maybe they worked on the ship, but you know, there's a breakout of something. And the next thing you know, like, you know what I mean? Like a plague or what is it? You know, like all those things that, anyways, it was nothing like that on your ship. It literally was, you guys just got lost at sea. You got lost. And that was it. So healing that's an access point of healing. So going back in, allowing yourself to step back onto that ship, see it, envision it, go back, step onto it. I'm getting such, as soon as I say step onto that ship, my right temple started pounding like with a fierce pain, a sharp pain through my right temple. Oh, Can you see why I just felt that? You're on a ship. You know you're not going to make it. You have a choice. Okay, do you catch my drift with what happened next? I had this blow, boom, to my right temple. Okay. So you unalived yourself or had someone unalive you, actually. That's what I see. You had someone unalive you because, you know, back then it wasn't like a little, they didn't have like little, like, you know, they didn't have little hand pew-pews. All they had was like big, like, I don't know, like musket. I have no idea. But whatever the case, whatever they had, okay, so that's what happened. And that rippled out, it fragmented a lot. Like, it basically rippled out through your soul. Like, for whatever reason, that was a really, that stuck with you. So that's something that you can heal now. That's something you can tap into. That's something you can go revisit and be like, okay, like, I'm going to be brave. I'm going to go back and, you know, and I'm just going to love on this piece of me that was so freaking terrified and like traumatized by this experience. And I'm going to bring her back into my heart. And I'm going to bring her back into wholeness. And we're going to release that trauma and pain connected to this past life, to this experience. So there you go. Okay. You may, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you probably love the ocean and stuff, but I don't know. Are you claustrophobic? Because I am getting a bit of claustrophobia here. Like, you didn't like going on the ships because, like, a lot of the times it felt very claustrophobic where you were, or your sleeping quarters, or, you know what I mean? A lot of times there would be like other people all around, you know, women, children, families. It wasn't very private at all. Like, it's just, you know, I swear we, like, nowadays we think, oh my God, this is so crazy. It is crazy. And I'm not, you know, I don't want to make fun of us, but honestly, like, I feel like we're a bunch of pansies because in our past lives, man, we were freaking savages. We were freaking savages. And that's what we're trying to remember and utilize and ignite in this current lifetime again. That's what we're here. Like, it's like, remember how freaking savage you were. Remember what you've survived. Remember what you've gone through. Right? Like, right now, you guys are going through crazy transits and solar flares, right? But don't you remember that lifetime where your left arm and your left leg only were chained up in a prison cell to a wall for over 40 years? And you were basically just a skeleton there. Day in and day out, going insane. No one to talk to. No food. Barely water. Soaking and sitting in your own feces and filth. Never bathing. Sores, skin, pustules, boils, openings, hair loss, teeth falling out. Remember that lifetime? Every once in a while, they'd come in and whip you or beat you or something. You know? Oh, but we have it hard because we're dealing with solar flares and craziness and, you know, e-files. You know what I mean? So for me as a light worker, it's comical, honestly, because I remember some of my lifetimes. That was one of my lifetimes. That literally was one of my lifetimes. So yeah, I look at us and I'm like, we are so badass, but we have to remember how strong we were. And like, anyway, so Lola, that was like, you know, coming in for you. Okay. Now I can't remember if I pulled cards or not. I can't remember if I pulled cards for you, Lola. Holy shit. No, I did not. I don't think I did. No, I did not. So there you go. Okay. You know, sometimes, like, I don't know, sometimes like people, they might be like, I will never go on a cruise ship. I don't want nothing to do with the ocean. I don't go on boats. So sometimes it shows up in like the current lifetime right now as some kind of phobia or fear They just don't know why they're afraid of the water. They don't know why they never learned how to swim. They don't know why they don't like boats. They just don't. They just don't. That's past life. So you might be on that scale somewhere of that stuff, but I don't see it as that. Oh my God, look at this. I mean, come on. Fire and desire is in the air. Like February turned up the heat. Valentine's Day, like the collective energy did something. It's this new moon though, I'm telling you. Anyways, look at that. Look at that for you, Lola. Desire. And it's, for me, this feels, there's a togetherness. It's not about your inner union, although yes, there's inner union taking place within you. Kairos Gamos union, your inner feminine and masculine joining forces, Kundalini, fire rising, passion rising, motivation rising, ideas rising, you know, expansion rising and expanding outwards. That's where you're at now, right? So let's go ahead and pull on this, because this fire let's see. I want to see. I'm nosy. Can I get one more, please, on desire for Lola? My voice is so froggy, like, oh my gosh. Guidance, look at that. Listen to the tarot reader. There I am. I'm right there, you know, but no, this is you. That's you. What they're saying is trust your guidance, okay? Like, I love you and I'm always here, but like, you're, you know, you're very strong in your own gifts for sure. Okay. Surrender, which is what you did. But the card that came out for you is fun. Have fun. Inner child, like, I don't know, but to ignite more passionate, fiery desire energy and to pull in and be magnetic to what you truly desire, you have to allow yourself. There has to be some kind of lighthearted, carefree, nervous system regulation or regulated like energy. True divine union, it's like anything else. You can't come into divine union. You can't call it in while you're still in survival mode. You can't, it won't manifest into your life when your nervous system is completely out of whack. And, you know, it comes in when there's this like place of settled energy. Most of the time, I want to say. Anyways, there it is. Like, just have fun. Just have fun. Right? So, there you go, Lola. So I don't know, but you know, I do feel a lot. I'm seeing a lot of like my other friends, my priestess sisters, my psychic medium friends. You know what I mean? Like, I see a lot of them. They're tuning in. People are tuning in with their passion and with their fire and with their, you know, with the inner child and like, oh, you know, I've been wanting to paint, you know, so I went to Hobby Lobby. I picked up a couple little, you know, canvases. I can sit down at my desk. I bought some paint, some paint brushes, and I'm just going to go at it. I'm just going to allow whatever comes through to come through. I'm going to channel it out. But it could be like writing a song or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but just have fun. You know, I think that's this is guidance. It's powerful guidance, but it's also like, I think it's so funny that we become adults and we have to literally be told or reminded, hey, remember to have fun. And when we're children, that's all children are about, right? So definitely like tapping in with that inner child. And, you know, I know you and your daughter do a lot of fun stuff and like things like that. But also I feel like a lot of the guidance readings and just synchronicities and stuff, you know, cards you're pulling for yourself and whatnot, it is, it's also confirming this. I just feel like, so this is further confirmation for what you already know, right? Yeah, what you've been desiring is it's magnetizing down. It came down from the 5D. It's okay. And it's anchoring in, and this is a time where your life gets more fun. And that's another message that comes through for a lot of people collectively right now, is that, like, we did the work. We did the fucking work. We're done. We are done. Okay, universe, listen to me. We are done for the time being, until another cycle comes through where we need to go through the shadow again. But until now, we get unfiltered, or we get like total unfiltered bliss and fun is what I want to say. So that is what I've got for you, Lola. So just have some fun, girlfriend. I'm sure you are. But they're also, yeah, very strongly about painting or something. I don't know. Okay, painting. And then I'm also getting a little intuitive hit here for you, Lola, about the mermaids. The mermaids, being connected to the mermaids. This would be a part of your lineage, I believe. You know, or a lineage that's linked to your soul blueprint and your Akash. Because, you know, when I tune in with your Akash in past lives, I'm tuning in to, like, the galactic past lives and the earthly past lives. Mostly they want to talk about earthly past lives because that's why we're here. We're healing and transmuting our earthly incarnations and karma and bloodlines and all that, right? So, but every once in a while, you know, I get the galactic stuff going too. Like today for Emily, or whoever, I think it was Emily, where the Syrians came through for her, and that was very galactic and very, like, you know. But anyways, okay. Oh, we made it through, you guys. I am starving. My throat is it's really killing me. So I'm like, okay, you know, and yeah. So, but I will go live again probably, maybe, what's today, Sunday? I'll probably pop on and do a live for the eclipse on Tuesday, I believe, the 17th, whenever that is. I don't know what time, but I'll schedule it. But maybe I'll go live and I'll do like the new moon eclipse reading. I'll go live for that. And then maybe if anyone, usually when I do that, I'll maybe take a few people if they want to, like, book, you know, get a reading or something. But the main focus is going to be the new moon eclipse reading. So I think we'll do that. Because like I said, I want to start going live more and engaging more. And I want to get back to my people, because I absolutely pulled away from the channel and pulled my energy back, and absolutely was having like the worst energetic year and purging year of my life. So that was crazy. 2025 was more difficult. It felt more difficult than 2016 when my awakening started, that cracked me open. 2016, I found my grandma, like, unalived in bed. Like, she had just unexpectedly completely passed away. So that was shocking. What? Like, oh my God, to find her like that. And then, like, a month after she passed, I had a vision about my youngest brother, my little brother. I had a vision about him transitioning in a car accident. I just didn't know, like, when, and I didn't know, like, what was the scenario. So I was just like, make sure you wear your seatbelt, don't drink and drive, don't get any cars, you know, with anyone, please, like, promise me, you know. And he's like, okay, like, I promise, like, you know. And then it just ended up being like a freak thing on his way home from work. So, but it happened 3 months later, right? That was the worst pain I've ever felt. Like that, you know, phone call you get, the knock at the door from the police saying they're deceased. That is something that is the most horrific, tragic, painful, gut-wrenching, soul-crushing, like, it breaks you. My point with all that is, that was 2016 for me. What was like the tail end of 2016 going into 2017, kind of, because that happened in August with my brother. So 2025 honestly felt harder for me to move through than 2016, when I had such horrific tragedies. So that's how brutal 2025 was for me personally. Like, I'm comparing it to the year that started my awakening, where my brother died and my grandma died, and it was just tragedy, like, all around, you know. That was like the worst time of my life for sure. So anyways, I know you guys get it. It was a really tough year. We were transmuting so much ancestral shit. Okay? And so we had physical purges. Like we were talking in the mystery school, and I said I'm someone who like never gets sick. In 2025, I felt like I it was either like energy something, or it was just constant. But it was like, well, of course that makes sense, because we've been clearing so much from the physical vessel. It was no longer about like, you know, oh, let me clear like this, you know, it was like we were clearing from we were clearing ancestral stuff through the physical vessel, is what I want to say. So it was intense. Anyways, thank God all this shit's done. 2026, let's go. I'm so here for it. I'm so here for it. This is the breath of fresh air. This is where the sun returns. This is where life truly begins. Like, fuck yeah. Okay? So, high five, everyone. High five. Boop. Okay, so let me read these real quick. I would love a message. Oh, Stephanie, honey, I am wiped, sister. But I will catch you on the next live. Hopefully in a couple of days when we do the eclipse. I would love to read for you, but yeah, I can't. I'm wiped. I'm wiped. And Emily, thank you again so much, sister. Thank you. Love you. Go have some good dinner. Haha. Oh, thank you so much. I know. Now I'm starving, so now I'm like, everything sounds good, and that's always, you know. But I think I'm gonna put in a little grocery order, and I think I'm gonna get some pork chops, and I think I'm gonna do some fried pork chops and make like a yummy little. I feel like making like a little southern dish, so I probably like fried pork chops, and like maybe I'll do like some mashed potatoes and gravy, and then some like collard greens or something. I love collard greens. That kind of food is my favorite food. Like soul food, southern food. It's like my favorite of all time. And that also for me connects with some past life energy for me personally too. Also, I have a download for some of you guys that I don't know how people are going to take it. But it's a message that I need to channel out for the collective. And it's actually, because I just talked about soul food, and then it reminded me of New Orleans, and then it reminded me of the download. But some of you guys, like, you don't consciously maybe remember it, but this is past life stuff. Some of you guys have literally, like, because we know vampires are real. We know all the things are real. We know freaking Bigfoot is real. We know fairies are real. We know demons walk the earth. We know, you know, there's, what do they call them? I don't want to say the word. Basically weird demonic things that live in like the Appalachian forests and mountains, and right, there's all these different things that exist that like it's wild. This whole time on earth, right, we've been living, it's like, if you guys ever seen the teeny bopper shows, well, it's not, I actually really liked them, Vampire Diaries, right? And then the spinoff, the what was it with, you know, it was in New Orleans, but it was like all these, you know, werewolves and vampires and just like True Blood, right? Like True Blood. Sookie Stackhouse, she's half fairy. Her ancestry has fairy blood and fae blood, and she has this light inside of her that blasts out the demons and the vampires and the originals. Yes, girl, the originals. Yes. What was his name? Klaus. Fucking Klaus. Right? Wasn't that his name? Klaus. Anywho, all of it's real. And so, listen, I'm just going to say this. People are demonizing the vampire, but not all vampires are bad, okay? The way that I've seen it is some vampires were cursed. They were cursed by witches. They were cursed by black magic, okay? And I'm not talking about the vampires that, like, in the elite rings that are like that are cannibals. Okay, I'm not talking about that. But it's, I don't know why, but it's coming through strongly. So I feel like these messages are starting to come through more strongly, because I also have another message that I needed, like, it's not a download, it's just a call. Like, I need to come and record for YouTube. and I need to channel loved ones on the other side the whole time. So it's going to be a lot of just stuff coming through, but it will be for people who watch the video, and they'll be like, oh my God, that's my grandma. Oh my God, that's her name. Oh my God, that's how she passed, or he, or right. So I need to get that out. And I feel like it's because the spirit realm, even though we live in the spiritual realm, it's all around us. Spirits are everywhere. You know what I mean? Like they're walking through your backyard, you're out front, you know, watering your grass, and there's some dead guy walking through, you just can't see him. It's like that. It's really like that. But the veil, quote veil, even though for me there's no veil, but it's the frequency. It's the 5D. It shows that the spiritual realm has anchored and merged into the 3D realm. And so there's this like weird overlapping of the spirit realm and the physical realm that's like even more intense than it's ever been, right? Okay, so I hope this makes sense as I'm explaining this, you guys. So anyway, so the message of the vampires, it's like it's like a spiritual energy that came through, and it wasn't bad, but it was like we were cursed. And so some of you guys have known them, or you brushed shoulders with them, or in a past life you literally helped them, or you sheltered them, or you hid them. Okay, they don't want to hurt humans, they don't want to hurt people. They literally were banished, and they've been living in the shadows, you know, because of humanity and because of the witch hunts, and they were going after everyone. They cut down all the druids, they cut down all of the healers, the pagans. They went through and butchered everyone and everything until nothing was left except Christianity and the fucking Church of England. So it's a message, and you guys, I don't know, okay? But hold on, Emily says, this is so wild, girl. Randomly yesterday, I started feeling called to look up Louisiana and was considering planning a trip there. Oh my gosh, see? It's crazy. And yeah, it's, you know, if everyone says New Orleans, it's like any other magical, mystical place full of magical energy and portals and stargates and all kinds of stuff. If she calls to you, go, right? They say that once you go to New Orleans, you'll know if you're ever, like, if the city likes you or if the city doesn't like you. She'll let you know. She'll let you know you're not welcome here, you need to go, or she'll let you know, nope, you're right at home, baby. Come and stay. You know, it's like that. So I think it's cool because it's true. You know, you're called. I've been called. You know, for a long time, I've always wanted to go there. But yeah, so anyways, just weird. And then let me read this last comment. Where do you find vampires? Like, wonder where they live mostly. They're just everywhere. They're everywhere. But yeah, I think they hunker in like certain places mostly. And again, it just depends on them, I guess, like the kind that they are. And, you know, because not, you know, there's energy vampires, obviously, that, you know, that's their main thing. And then there's like, you know, the vampires that actually partake in, you know, drinking the red stuff. But, you know, it's like the vampire energy that came through for me. It was giving like, I know this is so lame to say this and so cheesy, but it was giving like Edward Cullen, like, you know, like the Cullen family, like they were like nice vampires. They don't want to hurt nobody. They actually were good. They just castaways, like they can't be in society, so they hide out. They're undercover. They're, you know, and the way that I see them is, yeah, they are. And there's been a lot of people that have had experiences with vampires. They've crossed paths with them in places like that, Louisiana or New Orleans or Chicago. Chicago's a big hub. Chicago's a big, big hub. New York City is a big, big hub for a lot of them. Anyways, we can go on and on and on. But anywho, my whole point is like, just like the divine feminine was demonized, a lot of these poor creatures, I guess we could call them that, they were cursed or demonized, or, you know what I mean? And so, anyways, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting, to say the least, to move forward in this world with all of the mystical things coming out and people realizing that this world is not a 3D world that is like or magic doesn't exist. In fact, it's the opposite. But yeah, so anywho, I could talk, you guys know me, I could talk about this stuff forever, but Sacred Star Channel. I love vampires, lol. I don't know about in reality, but this life, I had a Buffy shrine when I was a teen, left my ass off. Sacred Star Channel says, I hope Nola likes me. I'm sure. It's like anything else. I think if you're called and you feel this connection there, then you're fine. You're absolutely fine. But be careful when you go. Right? There's a lot. I mean, that place, be careful when you go. Don't, careful with who you shake hands with. Don't accept gifts from strangers. Don't bump elbows with anyone. Don't, I mean, that the people don't know. They just will walk up to tourists and, oh, you know, well, you're having a good time. Oh, what's your name? Boom. There's the initiation for a destiny swap. You shake their hand. They take what's yours. You see? Same thing with the elbows. The elbows represents a crossroad. It's the hinge. It's the hinge, like on a door. So it represents the crossroad. If you bump elbows, that's why during the pandemic, okay, when everyone like couldn't touch, they would bump elbows. I was like, oh, I mean, oh my God. Oh my. Like people are destiny swapping left and right and don't even realize it. All of a sudden they're like, why am I having all this bad luck? Why, you know, all these problems? Where's my money? Like, yeah, because someone destiny swapped you. Like, it's, you know. I'm so happy they're finally going to be able to come out of the shadows, all the creatures. Yeah, me too. Me too, for sure. You know, but I mean, I think that'll be like not anytime like right now, but like it's, you know what I mean? But clearly we're seeing like that energy is starting to kind of come out. It's coming out of the shadows and everyone can sense it, right? So, anyways, I know it's crazy and God, Lordy, like anyone, like, you know, if one of my family members or people that know me, like watch my, you know, they're probably like, this bitch is nuts. Like, I know she's a psychic medium, but like the stuff she talks about is insane. And that's fine because who it's for, they'll understand. But yeah, like I was like, ooh, I don't know if I don't want to put a vampire reading on my channel. Like people are not going to understand. I don't know. But my higher self was like, no, like, you know, I think it's because they want to step out of the shadows and help humans. Okay. Because they are powerful. Like they got all the things. They can mesmerize you. They can, you know, they're very beautiful, like, you know, gorgeous, like unexplainable, gorgeous eyes, bright green, bright blue, mostly blue. Anyways, that's just what I've seen and experienced and seen. Like when I say experienced, I mean seen like in the 5D. So it's like they come through on a spiritual level, I guess, and be like, you know, anyways. Anyways. But yeah, it's fascinating. So like I've looked up, you know, because I was like, that's crazy. And I've always loved vampires too. I've been obsessed with vampires my whole life. I've been obsessed with all the dark stuff. Like, you know, my favorite movie growing up as a child that I watched 14 million bazillion times over and over and over was Addams Family. Like I wanted to be in that family. Like I wanted to live in that house. I wanted to, you know, be Wednesday's sister, like Morticia's daughter. Like that's like, you know, it's just so funny. But yeah, I love the like Interview with the Vampire, Bram Stoker's Dracula, like yes, please. The new vampire, the new Dracula. Oh my God, have you guys seen the new Dracula? I had someone on Instagram send me a link for, this was months ago, so it was before it was released in the States. Like it was only released in like France, I think, and like, I don't know, maybe the UK or Europe or something. Because it was released over there first before it was allowed over here in the States to be released, I guess. Yeah, I was having a hard time when my name was Vamp Queen on YouTube. Could feel judgment energy. Yeah, it's just, yeah, see, it's yeah, exactly. And it's because they've gotten a bad name, you know. It's like when people see that, it's most people when they see or hear the name Mary Magdalene, most people, they immediately think whore, whore. And it's crazy because it couldn't be farther from the truth, but that's how strong belief systems get ingrained and patterns get ingrained, and it's wild. So same thing with a lot of these creatures, you know, and they hide out because humans are idiots. They hide out because humans are they're fucktards, you know, like straight up, we know that. Like humans are idiots, a lot of them. They're just dumb. Like bless their hearts, but they're morons. And these creatures are like, they can't because idiots will try to hunt them, track them, you know? So it has to be like all in the right frequency and timing and like, you know what I mean? But who knows? I could be totally wrong. I'd be insane. I don't know. Yeah, so the new Dracula is just, they did such a good job with that one, you guys. In my humble opinion, I really, really loved it. So I felt very like, you know, I was happy that I was able to watch it when I did and stuff. But now I want to rewatch it because now everyone's talking about it again. But it was so beautiful. But yeah, I've always had a soft spot for the vamps. And doesn't that make you wonder why? Like, why? Why are you intrigued by it? Why are you drawn to it? Why do you have empathy and compassion towards them? Why? Right? There's a reason underneath, somewhere buried. And so that's what I mean. Like these poor, you know, I don't know. It feels like a cry for help, honestly. Like start talking about us on YouTube a little bit, you know, like dip the toe in the water, you know, like break the ice a little more, like, you know, because there's people that talk about vampires on YouTube all the time, but it's not in this kind of a way. There's horror videos and scary videos and, oh, my experience with the New Orleans vampire and, oh, you know, I dated a vampire for 8 months and, you know, was draining my energy. Like, that's the kind of stuff, just like tarot readings. There's a lot of beautiful divine readers and oracles and channels and, you know, that use cards and things just like myself. And then there's these trashy ass tarot readers. Just like ghetto, you know? Yo, man, he be cheating at, you know what I mean? Like, no. We're talking about ascension protocols over here. Like, this is a different kind of channel, right? So that's what I mean. It's like, it's time. I don't know. You guys know what I mean. So anyways, okay. Now I'm just rambling. So I love you guys so much. Have a beautiful night. Okay. I know we have like 15 people in here just watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'm going to go figure out what I want to eat because honestly, everything sounds good. Like everything sounds good right now. I was like, ooh, maybe I'll order a pizza. Pizza sounds good. And then I was like, ooh, you know what? Some birria sounds good. Like birria tacos. Okay. But also those fried pork chops sound amazing. Like, I don't know, you guys. I'm a Libra. This is, I'm a Libra. I can't make decisions. So, all right, guys, I love you. Have a beautiful day. It was good to spend the last, like, almost 5 hours with you. I hope everyone enjoyed their readings. Thank you again. Sorry, again, you know, I apologize for, like, all the sniffling and just all, everything. I have to go check on client readings that are uploading and see if those are done or not. Probably not. And then feed myself. So, all righty. Have a beautiful day, everyone, or night or morning or whatever. Thank you again for being here, and I will see you guys again very soon. Like I said, I'll probably try to go live for the new moon eclipse because, hello, new moon eclipse, kicking off the fire horse. Yes, please. Okay, so, love you. Bye.